Chapter 31. A Misunderstanding 1. Ainz Audioverse. Current age 20 years old. A young woman who got invited to paradise after being scouted by Sinyoung, the so-called picky and arrogant woman as coined by the dead Yi Hyung-sik. Along with another invited, Kang Seok, she was seen as Area 1 top seedling for the March recruitment period. She always displayed the habit of think first, act later in everything she did. Her thoughts or decision-making were never swayed by emotions, and because of her personality, she held no interest in other people's business. Such characteristics meant she enjoyed a certain amount of advantage during the tutorial, but once she lost her right arm, her situation drastically changed for the worse. She was very much aware of her weakness in the context of the environments of the neutral zone, where cooperating with others was a must. So, for 1 month straight, she focused solely on fixing her broken right arm. Unfortunately, she had no choice but to revise her strategy and focus on strengthening her fitness level instead, after learning that her tally of SB, 317 points, wasn't even remotely enough to heal her wounds. As an invited, she already had acquired a fairly good understanding of what was going on in the neutral zone before coming here. That was why, before her job awakened, she decided to focus on raising her physical stats. She knew that, as long as she could become a sorcerer, or even a priest, then her problem would be solved. Ainz Audioverse did not let go of that sliver of hope, even when stuck in a hopeless situation. However, that got brutally cut off when her job was set as a warrior. She left the Chamber of Awakening as if being chased away. And as expected, there was literally not a thing she could do in her current state. She had spent every single SB she had by then. She even had to sell the bag she got as the starting bonus cheaply, too. Even if she wanted to earn some points, no one wanted a warrior with a crippled arm in their team. Staying in a proper sleeping quarter became a luxury she could only dream of. She couldn't even afford to eat 1 meal a day, and her health continued to send out warning signals as a result. Starved of the necessary nutrients, her body got weaker and weaker with every passing day. And with her weakened body, she couldn't even attempt those basic missions that did give out a small amount of points as rewards. Her determination ran out a long time by then, and even enduring through nothing but sheer malice also eventually reached its limit. If it weren't for the Yi siblings that came to see her every other day, Ainz Audioverse would have died of starvation already. However, she knew that the siblings were also struggling desperately as well, so she could not depend on them forever. Sensing Ainz Audioverse's discomfort, Yi Seala spoke up carefully. She said, "How about we speak to Audiobook? Since he's honest and hard-working, he wouldn't abandon us callously." It'd be a lie if Ainz Audioverse wasn't tempted by that suggestion. In the end, though, she shook her head and said no. If he owed her a favor, the story might have been different. Sure, he saved her life, but in return, she gave him the revival potion, and their relationship came to an end there. At least, Ainz Audioverse thought so that way. She didn't mind if others called her out on her petty pride. Actually, she was too ashamed to go and speak to him by then. Still, refusing to heed the suggestion of Yi Seala played heavily in Ainz Audioverse's mind. And, not wanting to inconvenience the siblings any further, she discreetly changed her hiding place without telling them. However, that night, Ainz Audioverse ended up going through a terrifying and breathless ordeal. She opened her eyes in the middle of the night to find 3 Western men. 2 of them were restraining her arms, while the other one was sitting on top of her. No matter where, it seemed that one would run into bastards like Kang Seok. In the middle of her fiercely resisting them, the face belonging to the man on top of her came in closer to whisper. "Hey, I heard that you're a cripple. You want to keep living like this? Don't you want to go to paradise? Just behave yourself. We will feed you well and find you a warm bed to sleep on, too. Who knows, maybe even a couple of points, too. Survival points." The moment she heard those words, all strength automatically seeped out of her body. Naturally, her resistance weakened as well. By the time she realized her mistake, she felt coldness touching her buttocks. When she regained her bearings, she found her underwear pulled down to her ankles already. And when that man took off his pants while a thick, lecherous smile formed on his face, Yun Seora shook like a smartphone vibrating to alert the owner of an incoming call. She shook hard as if someone poured a bucket of freezing water on her head in the middle of a harsh winter. Like words of a snake tickling her ears, the man told her to open her mouth. A hideously ugly object neared her face, yet her lips remained shut. She thought that the moment she yielded here, everything would really come to an end for her. No, a simple end wouldn't be all. She feared falling even deeper into a bottomless abyss, and so she did not open her lips. But she did scream out with everything she had. She bit whatever she came in contact with and used her whole body to fight. Her rewards were harsh swearings, along with fists and kicks. Even then, Yun Seora did not let up her crazed resistance. Eventually, the men grew sick and tired and abandoned her with a thick spit to her face. She fixed her clothing and unsteadily made her way back to the fifth-floor lounge. She then fell to the floor and got into a huddle. A single drop of the warm, salty liquid she'd been holding back finally leaked out of her eye. The tears she'd been shedding inwardly began streaming out, and eventually she burst out into uncontrollable sobs. It'd be better if I just died. She was scared of falling asleep again because of the incident, but forced her eyes shut regardless. She thought that if she died here like this, then she might not have any regrets. She didn't care what happened anymore, and so Yun Seora fell into a fitful slumber. But then, Miss Yun Seora. Just as she was about to pay the ferryman to cross the river Styx, Miss Yun Seora. She took a look behind her, and she clearly saw him. "Are you all right?" She saw a certain young man offering his hand to her. While Sial was nursing Yun Seora, Yi Siala and Yi Sungjin arrived at his quarters. The siblings entered his room hesitantly, and couldn't close their mouths after taking in the grand sights of the luxurious furnishing of the place that reminded one of a palace. They recovered quickly from the shock, though, after spotting Yun Seora whimpering on the bed, and approached her. Deep frowns were etched on their faces. She wasn't this bad 2 days ago. Really? Yes, why did she get so? Yi Siala looked anxious. Sial lightly held his chin, contemplating what could be her problem. With just a glance, he could clearly tell that Yun Seora was very sick. Even though he brought her to his quarters, thick perspiration continued to form on her forehead, and her breathing became rougher and rougher. He thought that the current situation was marginally better, compared to when she failed to respond to him gently shaking her around. However, since he lacked proper medical knowledge, he could only remain in the dark. He still recognized the fact that she needed help. Sial told the siblings he'd be back soon and left his room. When facing a situation he didn't know how to solve, there was only one person he could rely on. After hearing his explanation, Agnes quickly called for another maid to join them. The person to answer the call was unexpectedly none other than Maria. The blonde maid walked up to them in swagger, and when Agnes introduced her class to Sial, she cocked an eyebrow, perhaps in disapproval of the revelation. It turned out that Maria was a level 4 priest. Not only that, she was a priest in healing who had walked a long road from LV.1, priest, LV.2 deacon, LV.3 clergyman, and to her current LV.4 high priest. Sial promptly returned to his quarters with the 2 maids in tow. This is so bloody fantastic. After checking out Yun Seora's condition, Maria spat out a short assessment. It's that bad. Never mind her right arm, it looks like she's been starving herself for the past month or so. On top of her body and nerves being weakened to this state, she even got beaten up pretty good as well, so yes, it's bad. She got beaten up? Yes, seriously now. Don't know who hit her, but that person sure fucked her up. Maria leaked out a hollow chuckle. Hearing the real cause of Yun Seora's accelerated deterioration, Yi Siala covered her mouth in shock. You did the right thing by bringing her here. Without the effects of this room, she might have crossed the river of Lethe and would be tipping the wineglass of forgetfulness by now. How do we go about healing her? If you want, I can do it. But, strictly speaking, there's no need. If she spends the next couple of days in this room while eating and resting well, she will recover fully. Does that mean her right arm will be healed as well? Maria suddenly went very quiet and gazed at Yun Seora. Agnes also studied Yun Seora's crippled right arm for a while before speaking up. 6 stab wounds on the arm. caused by a short but sharp dagger, it seems. The assailant even twisted the blade around in 2 of the wounds, too. How long has it been? Over 2 months. Will it be tough even with moderate or massive? Why ask something you know the answer to already? Light would have sufficed if the wound was treated right away, but it's too late now. You know that a wound gets progressively harder to heal the longer it is left untreated. If it's a colossal, it might be possible, but I'm not confident. Agnes breathed out a soft sigh. Meanwhile, Sial couldn't hide his astonishment at the 2 maids who were able to figure out what happened 2 months ago with just one look. A certain sense of anxiety was blooming in the corner of his heart at the same time, as well. He couldn't figure out the contents of the discussion since several words related to Maria's profession were thrown around, but he still understood that fixing the right arm would be very difficult. Maria stood up straight and shook her head before shifting her gaze over to Sial. This arm is as good as dead. It's past the simple healing spell requiring something on the level of revival at this point. Instead of leaving it as is, I recommend amputation. Excuse me. There's no helping it. We aren't in paradise. You won't find a priest better skilled than me within the neutral zone, but even I find healing this arm difficult. Sial was hoping, but just as expected, this injury couldn't be healed in the neutral zone. Maria didn't beat around the bush and conveyed the truth. That wasn't the end of the bad news, though. There was still around a month left until the deadline, and Yun Siora's right arm could get even worse during this time. Is there any other way? Sial wasn't expecting to hear impossible as the prognosis, and he could only chew on his blameless lower lip in frustration. It was then. There is one other way. A calm voice seemed to help him recover his senses. Agnes raised her body up from the bed, having concluded her examination of Yun Siora's arm. As Maria said, only a level 5 high ranker can heal her injury, but it just so happens that the priest class is the closest to the gods. I told you that you'll have to select a god to serve when you reach level 5. Do you remember? Sial nodded his head. Colossal is a very powerful holy spell a priest can learn after reaching level 5. Didn't you say Miss Maria is level 4? Indeed, she wouldn't be able to use it under normal circumstances, but there are exceptions. Agnes, you should really shut the fuck up now. Maria began glaring at Agnes. However, the latter maid only spared a cursory glance as a reply, and her words did not stop. A priest who walks on a singular path without receiving the aid of other gods will be bestowed the high priest class. When one becomes a high priest, you're given a special privilege. A special privilege? Yes, that is the power to hold a ceremony. It's like begging the gods to allow one to use a high-level spell. Maria squeezed shut her eyes. Even the noise of her teeth gnashing could be heard. Sial thought that she just whispered several curse words, too. He eventually opened his mouth while looking at her. Excuse? Ah, no, hell no. No freaking way. Miss Maria? I can't hear you tilde la tilde ebby. Maria repeatedly covered up her ears and uncovered them with her hands. See, can't you help us? Please, I beg you. Siala couldn't just keep watching, so she begged, but... Fuck, keep your pee-hole shut. Maria spat out in anger and became supremely irritated, causing Siala to jump up in shock and hurriedly seek refuge behind Sial's back. The maid's sudden burst of sweary anger unnerved the girl, and she was unable to close her slack jaw. Sial signaled the tearful girl to be quiet and then began slowly approaching Maria. The maid's entire body began convulsing. Don't come here. Don't come closer to me. Don't you dare. Miss Maria, a word, please. Arg, shit, let go of me right now. Since she showed signs of running away, Sial gently grasped her arms to stop her. Maria then threw her fists and resisted him. They landed on his chest, but seeing that they didn't hurt too much, he figured that she wasn't planning on hurting him. What will it take for you to help us? What the hell, are you deaf? If it was within my ability, I might help you if you paid me lots of SP, but I'm telling you, I can't do it. How about that seer? Fuck the ceremony. Don't even bring that up again. I'm being this civil only because Miss Foxy invited you here. That's all. If you weren't, I'd have bashed in your skull by now. Sial nearly blurted out this as you being civil, but managed to force the words back down his throat. He thought he could finally understand, more or less, why she was practicing the vow of silence, but that wasn't the important thing right now. I know I'm asking a lot of you, but only you can do this, Miss Maria. And why should I? Maria shot back while still glaring back at him. You think a ceremony is a thing where you just have to offer a couple of prayers and kowtow a few times. What about the right type of offerings? Where would those come from? And why should I offer my own shit that I sweated blood and tears to gather for a bitch I don't even know? I'm not even affiliated with Sinyang. You think that's all? Do you even know what kind of negative rebound I have to endure after performing a single ceremony? As if her emotions were running wild, she continued to spit out her words in anger. There were even glimpses of madness in her expression, and Sial became slightly terrified by that, but he still looked into her eyes. Begging her without a plan will not work. No, he had to convince her first. There is a certain verse in the Bible. Maria looked at him with an expression that said, "What bullshit are you trying to say here?" while panting like crazy. Therefore, whatever you desire for men to do to you, you shall also do to them. Book of Matthew, verse 7:12. Gospel of Luke, verse 6:31. I know of it already. Maria quickly cut him off and then chuckled hollowly as if she couldn't believe this. Seriously, I'm fucking speechless. So, are you saying that a useless bitch like her is going to owe me, eh? It's not just Miss Yun Seora, though. This time, Sial cut her off. I'll be grateful to you, not to mention a certain Miss Kim Hannah. His serious voice made Maria shut up and study the youth. She was still glaring at him, but her frown had softened up ever so slightly. It was as if she was caught off guard just now by what he said. What did you say? Who will? As he suspected, him mentioning the name of Kim Hannah was the right call. Seeing a ray of hope finally shining here, Sial continued. You've heard that Miss Kim Hannah stopped by the neutral zone, right? Sure. She came to ask me for the favor then. Yes, it's straight from her mouth. Oh, fuck. Dear Lord. Oh, God, Luxuria. Maria's head slowly faltered, and she planted her forehead on Sial's chest. She then didn't move for a good while afterwards. As Sial stood there, worried about his pounding heart being discovered, her small hand slowly rose up to his view. She beckoned with her index finger. Give me a cigarette, and let go of my arms, too. Oh, Sial quickly released her arms and pulled out a cigarette for her. He even lit it up. Fu-wuo. Maria slowly breathed out the smoke from her nostrils and her mouth, then her eyes began gleaming in dangerous and chilling light. For the next 5 minutes, you all shut your mouths. I'm already feeling like shit, so you better not squeak once. Got that? She leaned against the wall and began staring at the ceiling. It was as if the cigarette was her breathing apparatus, because she continuously puffed the unhealthy smoke in and out. She also didn't forget to lace the quiet air with various colorful swear words, too. Of course, Sial patiently waited for her to finish, and eventually, she flicked the cigarette butt away and spat on the floor. She used her heel to stub the dying light out, causing Agnes to frown ever so slightly, but the latter maid chose not to raise an objection. Agnes was well aware of the dangers and sacrifices a priest had to bear to perform a ceremony. Fuuk. Maria angrily combed her hair back and opened her mouth. 82,010 points. No, since you gave me a cigarette, 82,000. Maria. Quite unlike her, Agnes stammered out in surprise. Her facial expression showed how shocked she was, her open mouth and all. Completely ignoring that reaction, Maria only paid attention to Sial. Let's see. Your tally of survival points is way too bloody short. In any case, you want to fix that girl's arm, then you better earn 82,000 points and pay me up front. After that, I'll do it. A ceremony or whatever. Isiala mouthed a strained gasp. For a person who got flustered only with 200 points, a number like 82,000 was something she couldn't even dream of. Maria must have found that displeasing because she raised her middle finger at Isiala. And then, that's the end of our little talk. Don't forget, I want exactly 82,000 points. She growled menacingly and turned around to leave. Slam. Right after Maria slammed the door shut, hard enough to almost shatter it, Isiala muttered out in a daze. 82,000 points. That's crazy. It's too expensive. You're wrong. It's not expensive at all. Agnes corrected her. Considering the materials involved, it's not an unreasonable price at all. No, I honestly believe that Maria has asked for the absolutely lowest possible amount. Is that so? Sial asked back, a helpless smile forming on his face. I have no clue about what holding a ceremony entails, but is there a reason Miss Maria detests it so much? Let's just say that she stands to lose a lot. Basically, a ceremony was the type of ritual where one prayed to gods while making appropriate offerings. The greater the wish, the greater the need for higher quality offerings. If one prayed for something that did not match his or her level, then one would immediately receive backlash as well. For instance, if Maria wished to cast the colossal spell, which happened to be the top-tier level 5 priest spell, she'd be confined to bed for the next 7 days, suffering from a high fever. Then, a restriction of being unable to cast any spell for the next 2 weeks would be imposed on her as well. Most likely, as soon as the ceremony is performed, she will leave the neutral zone. She's going to leave? Yes. If she heads to the main temple of the god she serves, then she can have the duration of the restriction. More importantly, by offering prayers and recuperating her damaged body there, the odds of preventing the reduction in her physical stats or the loss of her ability to cast spells altogether increases significantly. That's not all. Just the act of leaving the neutral zone alone will cause Maria to incur heavy losses as well. The fact was, maids found in the neutral zone weren't volunteers working for free. Working in the zone, as well as the survivors spending their points, earned the maids their own share of survival points as well. After leaving the zone, they could swap these points for something called achievement records. If she were to leave before the zone closed, then naturally, Maria had to give up on those benefits. So if she were to perform the ceremony now, she had to swallow all those losses. That price of 82,000 points should be only for the offerings needed for the ceremony itself, and nothing else. You could say this is the result of her pride as a priest, I suppose. If you still believe that price is too much, even after I clarified her position, then there is nothing more I can say. Hearing that strict and no-nonsense tone of Agnes's voice, Siala could only lower her head in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Sial was carefully thinking about a couple of things. He currently owned 38,580 points, meaning he needed to earn another 43,420 points. That's not going to be easy. He had decided not to do any more hard missions. And, in order to complete very hard missions, he'd need to prepare himself accordingly, which naturally meant he would need to spend some points there. Even if he were to go out now and find suitable partners, since the rewards would be divided equally among the number of participants, he wouldn't receive a lot as well. Why only after I purchased things from the VIP store? What an exquisitely ill-timed event this was. If he only knew when he still possessed over 120,000 points. Agnes quietly studied Sial busy lamenting his poor luck, before bowing politely. No matter what you decide to do next, I wish you best of luck. Agnes too left his room, leaving only the 4 of them in Sial's quarters. Siala began murmuring her apology with an ashamed face. I'm sorry. Because of me, you... Sial couldn't help but agree with her. After all, he wasn't a saint, nor was he a virtuous man. While being subjected to Maria's hysterics, he wondered several times why he should even do this in the first place. However, whenever that happened, he recalled the old tale of Liu Bei and the old man and reigned in his impatience. The moment he gave up, everything he'd done up until that point would be wasted, but if he persevered till the end, he'd gain twice the benefits. The Golden Commandment. Better not be a waste of my time, you hear me. Besides, the story might have been different if no one told him. He knew, and since he started this thing anyway, he was planning to see it to the end. He didn't want to look back and regret later, that's why, his thoughts up to here, Sial transferred another 300 points to Siala. Oh, ore bionim? For now, stay and rest here. Buy something to eat for dinner with those points. When Miss Yun Siora wakes up, buy her something to eat as well. Something easy to digest, like a bowl of gruel or something. The siblings became totally speechless from Sial's considerations for them. What about you? I'll go and earn some survival points. Don't worry about me and wait here." They stared, still dazed, as he picked up his spear. If he activated his 9 eyes at that moment, he might have flinched in surprise. However, he was too focused on earning the points, and he didn't. He simply swung open the door to leave. He came down to the first-floor plaza without a concrete plan, but as expected, there were no ready answers waiting for him there. The only idea he could come up with was to continue doing the hard missions. There were 10 missions available, and each mission had 9 attempts left. If he carried on as he did, then he'd be able to earn 40,000 points. However, please stop looking at me like that. The stares coming from the other people were no joke. The crowd wasn't saying anything out aloud since they had nothing to say at the moment. But if he tried to attempt another hard mission, they would no doubt start whispering to each other again. "Damn it. It's your fault for not trying out these missions in the first place." "Sorry, but I'm also in a bind here." Sial firmed his resolve. But, just before he could reach out to a mission parchment, someone poked him on the back, and he had to turn around to see who it was. "So, can you spare me some time for a cup of tea today?" As soon as he turned around, a nightingale-like voice entered his ears like a pleasant song. A girl wearing a blue gown was looking at him with sparkling eyes. It was Odalette Delphine, one of the 2 people Kim Hanna recommended that he should get friendly with. Or, are you going to refuse again? Since she asked him so innocently, Sial couldn't refuse her. "No, I have time." "Okay, let's head to that cafe over there. Everyone's waiting for you." Sial was briefly confused by that statement, but after getting dragged to the cafe in question by her, he understood what she meant. There were 4 people sitting by a table waiting for his arrival. 3 of those faces he sort of knew. Sial checked the face of the thin man wearing a turban and exclaimed loudly, "You thought I died?" The guy who looked to be an Indian carried a thin smile as he spoke. "Yes." "Back then, you?" "Everyone said the same thing when I got back, all thanks to a certain someone." Delphine smiled brightly before going oops and stuck her tongue out. "It turns out death isn't the only result available if you fail that particular mission. Who knew? You either die or go back to the beginning and try again. You don't return to the plaza to start over again, correct? Indeed, simply back to the beginning of the maze. I thought I'd really die trying to escape that accursed place. Well, it was a story from 2 months ago anyway." It was easy to see from this conversation how much not invested Sial was in the ongoings of the neutral zone unless it had to do with his training regime. Sitting on the spot Delphine guided him to, Sial slowly took in the faces staring back at him. "In any case, welcome. Just call me Tong Chai." The man who said that was Tong Chai from Area 5. Leota Salvator. From Area 2 with a pair of sharp ash-gray eyes that resembled a wolf, Leota Salvator. "It's a pleasure. I'm Hao Win." The man slowly savoring his cigarette while resting his feet on the table, Hao Win from Area 7. This man was the other survivor Kim Hanna spoke of. Wasn't he supposed to be a boss in an underground organization? Was it triads or something? What with his neat and composed appearance, he didn't look like a thug at all, and then, finally, my dream is about to become a reality. Area 2, Odalette Delphine, the lone magician and the second-place holder of the neutral zone, smiled brightly. With the exception of one person, everyone here was someone Cinzia called out by name on the first day back in the theater. Chapter 32. A misunderstanding, too. The gist of Odalette Delphine's offer was just as Sial suspected. She wanted him to join her team. Judging from her description, he thought that the composition of the team itself seemed to be well thought out. Hao Win was the warrior of the group. Leota and Tong Chai were the archers. Delphine was the magician, and the last person Sial wasn't familiar with acted as the priest. Considering that missions rated hard and very hard had the cap of 6 participants max. It was as if they had deliberately left the final spot for Sial. If things remained the same as before, Sial wouldn't even hesitate to say yes. Not only did this team feature 2 people Kim Hanna mentioned he should get friendly with, Sial himself was sensing that the time had come to find reliable comrades as well. However, the situation was different now. Sial had to amass 82,000 points as quickly as possible. I'd be able to earn that many points even if I joined this team, but obviously, he didn't want to sacrifice himself unconditionally. He wanted to fix Yun Siora's arm, get himself some proper equipment, and also buy more divine elixirs from the VIP store. In other words, he wanted to have his cake and eat it. Others might call him a greedy fool, but he did not want to give up on any one of his desires. In the end, he had to decide. I'm truly sorry, but at the moment, it's difficult for the time being. There was a way for him to achieve the things he wanted. If Sial monopolized the remaining hard missions, he'd be able to earn more than enough points to cover the cost of the ceremony and still have some change. With that, he'd get equipment and recruit people to form a team. People might slag him off for this, but this was the best scenario Sial could think of. HNG. Maybe she didn't expect him to refuse her. Delphine looked crestfallen. Hao Win seemed as if he was not ready to accept Sial's answer just yet. I am well aware of how extraordinary you are. I acknowledge your skills, but the difficulty of the very hard missions are nothing to laugh about. You alone will not be enough. Yes, I know. You say you know yet? Is it because you do not like the composition of this team, or were you planning to form your own? I haven't thought of forming a team yet. And, to be frank, I quite like the look of this team as well. I wouldn't mind doing missions with you, actually. Then why the refusal? Hao Win gazed at Sial with a questioning pair of eyes. His expression showed how confused he was, and he continued to study Sial for a bit longer, before tilting his head. Now that I've taken a proper look, I see that you haven't bought any equipment besides your spear. I'd imagine you were able to earn a massive amount of points by now. Did you invest them all into your abilities? No. Sial shook his head right away. He never planned to buy abilities from the stores, but did want to buy good equipment for himself. The situation got turned on its head before that could happen, though. I'm even more confused then. One more thing, if I didn't see incorrectly a moment ago, you were planning to do another hard mission, were you not? The question was sharp and on point, just like his stare was. You have exhausted one mission completely, but as for the others, you only did them 6 times each before moving on. You could have finished them all but left them behind in consideration of other survivors. At least, that's what I thought until now. Mr. Win? Delphine glared at Hao Win. Judging from the tone of his voice, she thought that he was trying to pick a fight with Sial. Sounds like you are saying that this young man's at fault. If you did indeed mean that, I cannot agree. Tong Chai stood up for Delphine. I'm not certainly trying to go against the decisions already taken. But, honestly speaking, I never really understood us also planning to perform each hard mission 6 times and move on to the next one. The neutral zone is a place of competition. Should it not be first come, first served when it comes to missions? I'm not saying it's his fault. Simply put, I'm having a hard time understanding him. Delphine stared at Hao Win, who was waving his hand around in a show of frustration. The first person to suggest Sial's inclusion to the team might be her, but the one who vigorously championed for it was none other Hao Win. Her team was indeed the best in the neutral zone on paper. However, they still had their share of issues. In short, they lacked offensive power. For the time being, the team's tactic was to have Hao Win stand in front as the vanguard, while the 2 archers kept the enemy movements in check. And Delphine would sweep them away with her magic from the back. With this tactic, they were exposed to comparatively low risk per mission, although the time it took to clear one was a little long. However, new clear conditions were added to very hard missions. Simply staying on their back foot and passively defending all the time would not work anymore. New conditions, such as ambush and occupation, were added to each mission, forcing one to take the initiative and attack. So, Hao Win argued that they would not be able to complete these missions with the tactic they have been employing until now. He passionately argued that they needed this youth's attack power. So, why was this Hao Win questioning the youth like this? If you're a lone wolf type, I will respect that. However, I don't think you're one. You must have gathered a sizable points tally by now, yet besides the spear, you haven't invested them on anything. It's like you're only trying to hoard them and nothing else. Certainly, from the third person's perspective, Sial's story did sound rather odd when someone pointed out the strange bits like Hao Win had. Sial let off a soft sigh. Just like you said, I had quite a few survival points. Had? Why the past tense? I spent most of it in the VIP store. Of course, I left some behind to buy new equipment for myself. Well, I was planning to buy, but then my situation changed. How so? Something happened? Hao Win's attitude had softened ever so slightly. There's a situation, and I need to earn a lot of points as quickly as possible. Although this wasn't a story he should go around advertising, Sial felt that he owed these people an explanation. So he told them about Yun Siora's right arm, as well as Maria's ceremony that required a large amount of survival points. He hadn't had anyone to share his troubling thoughts with for a while, so when this opportunity presented itself, he ended up pouring out most of what was in his heart. After listening to Sial's situation, everyone blinked non-stop and stared at him. Especially Hao Win, who looked totally dazed as if someone punched him in the face out of the blue. You had that kind of situation. Delphine sounded very sympathetic. I understand your situation, but is there a reason for you to help that person out in the first place? Tong Chai asked Sial, sounding slightly confused. Unless she was your family member, a sibling, perhaps. But to spend 82,000 points for someone from the same area. That seems a bit too drastic, don't you agree? Sial scratched his head, unable to answer right away. He had various reasons. Besides Kim Hanner requesting him, it was also a chance to test out the Golden Commandment as well. Of course, he also wanted to help her out, too. In any case, there was no need to tell these people absolutely everything. I received her help during the tutorial and it's hard to say why. I just can't stop thinking about it. You can't? Yes, it is a bit of shame, too, Sial muttered out as if he was complaining about something. Only if I knew what was going on a little bit sooner, things wouldn't have gotten this worse. After hearing Sial's whisper, Hao Win's body shuddered ever so slightly. He drew his chin inward and quietly studied Sial for a while. It was as if he was looking at the youth in a new light. Who is this person you're trying to help? Hao Win asked him. Compared to before, his voice had softened quite considerably. Her name is Yun Siora. Yun Siora, definitely a girl then? Yes, I see, that was why. Hao Win let off a short groan and finally lowered his legs from the table. Oh, by the way, I don't think I've heard your name yet. Sial. My name's Sial. Hao Win sat up properly and gazed at the darkened complexion of the youth. I apologize for my earlier behavior. Looks like I spoke too prematurely. I thought you didn't really associate yourself with anyone. I had no idea you had that kind of circumstance. Truly. No, it's all right. Don't mind it. Will you accept my apology? Hao Win suddenly offered his hand. Sial reached out and shook it after being slightly bewildered by this gesture. Hao Win quietly nodded his head and then spoke up again. I understand. Pardon? Only if you knew sooner. The words of lingering attachment. I know how you feel since I've experienced something similar myself. Hao Win sounded rather lonely then. Please, stop telling us that annoying love story of yours. Please? But did you not sympathize with me when I told you the story for the first time? That's for once or twice, you know. If you bring it up again today, it'll be for the 7th time. Delphine crumpled her expression and covered up her ears. Sial alternated his gaze between the two, feeling rather pleasantly surprised. He thought their relationship was simply a cooperative one, but it seemed to be a lot friendlier than expected. Hao Win licked his lips as if he was unhappy about the mischance and let go of Sial's hand. Listen, friend, how much do you need for that ceremony? Hao Win asked Sial out of the blue. The youth quickly calculated in his head. 43,720 points. 43,720? That might be doable. What did he mean by doable? Before Sial could ask, Hao Win clapped his hands once and drew the attention to himself. Let's see. I know that we've prepared various things to entice this young man into our team. However, why don't we do it this way? What way? Delphine asked in curiosity, causing Hao Win to point at the notice board. First of all, we invite him to our team, then us 6 will clear hard difficulty missions. Delphine tilted her head but still listened. Hao Win may possess an easygoing and pleasant personality, but he was never one to speak without thinking deeply about a subject. Except, we hand over our share of rewards to this youth. What did you say? Bullshit. Tong Chai strongly objected. Even Leota, who had been keeping quiet until now, spat out his opinion in a cold voice. If you were planning to do whatever you want, why did you even form a team in the first place? What? Didn't we agree that we need this youth's ability in order to attempt very hard missions? But you changed the story, did you not? Listen to me. My point is this: either we cooperate or we compete. Hao Win then pointed at Sial. This friend here, Mr. Sial, needs survival points for personal reasons. He will do whatever it takes to earn them. Didn't you see him getting ready to attempt the hard missions just now? So, what about it? We can also do those missions, no? All we have to do is recruit another skillful warrior. It's not a matter of skill. As far as the very hard missions are concerned, the positions of our team and this youth match up just fine, but for hard missions, it's a different story altogether. I can't figure out what you're trying to say here. Think about it. Think about how long we need to clear one hard mission, and then how long this young man needs to clear one. Tong Chai's expression hardened visibly. Finally, he realized what Hao Win was trying to say. Everyone here could remember it well. This youth cleared missions at a frightening speed. Not only that, all by himself, no less. I'll say this right now. If we fail to pull this young man in now, how many more times will we be able to complete hard missions, I wonder? At a minimum 5 times, 10 times if we're fast enough. Even if that's true, I feel that we wouldn't be losing out too much still. Indeed, we'd be able to still earn some points that way. There is something you are mistaken about, Hao Win. Leota abruptly cut in. As you say, if Sial becomes our comrade, it'd be a good thing for us. However, I cannot agree with your assertion that only after he joins our team, we'd be able to attempt very hard missions. That's the same story for this friend, too. Hao Win didn't even flinch as he lightly rebuffed the argument. Indeed, there is no doubt that our team is the best in the neutral zone. However, this friend here is the top survivor in the zone. He is unmatched, unrivaled. You think he won't be able to form his own team? Or you think no team out there will welcome him with open arms? If their team failed to pull Sial in, then later on, they would have to compete against him or his team. Since Sial regained his fame and prestige a few days ago through his unbelievable actions, it'd be a lie to say they weren't feeling the pressure. So, the conclusion is this: 43,720 points. Let's think of it as a contract signing fee. If we divide the cost among ourselves, it's what? Around 8,700 per person. That much we will be able to recoup very quickly as soon as we start doing the very hard missions. What Hao Win was arguing for was to recruit Sial to their team and avoid potentially having to compete with another strong team later down the line. Think about it carefully. Just completing one very hard mission with 50,000 points nets over 8,000 points for each of us. Very good. Delphine spoke up with an enthusiastic voice. In order to earn a bigger profit later, invest now, is that it? I can agree to that. I enjoy competition, but for this once, I will instead choose to grab onto this opportunity. This fellow here, I've had my eyes on him for quite some time, you see. So she says, "What about you?" Hao Win looked at Tong Chai, and the latter man slowly closed his eyes. Leota did the same as well. Since the team's leader had spoken, it was the same thing as the scale having tilted to one way already. Oh, and about the contract fee we were planning to give him. As if he hadn't finished yet, Hao Win continued. With the exception of our priest over here, let's lend 2,000 points each to Sial. I'm sure you all have that much leeway. I thought we were finished with discussing the signing fee. Delphine hurriedly spoke up after sensing that Tong Chai was about to blow his top. Look, after he goes through that ceremony or whatever, he will be left with nothing to his name, correct? Don't you think this friend needs to get some proper equipment if he were to attempt very hard missions with us? Even still. I'm saying, we are lending him, not giving the points away. Besides, Sial will be taking the vanguard position from now on, so can't you extend your favors just a little? By equipping this friend with the best armor available, the odds of our survival also increases, no? Really, you don't know when to quit. Tong Chai angrily stood up. He then glared at Sial, who was just sitting there with an innocent look on his face. No need to say any more. Show us what you're capable of. Huh, Hao Win over here is a man who will live and die by his principle. That's why he's saying all these things, but I'm different. I understand your situation, but I do not see the reason why I need to go out of my way to accommodate you. Sial slowly nodded his head. Actually, even he thought Hao Win's conditions were too good to be true. If he were able to move with a team, he'd be able to avoid being blamed for hogging everything for himself, and better still, he'd be able to monopolize the rewards as well. On top of this, they wanted to lend him points to buy equipment, too. He was planning to buy equipment sooner or later anyway, so it was difficult to see this as him owing them a debt. However, I do understand some parts of Hao Win's arguments. That is why you should display your skills to us. We have heard all the rumors, but I need to see it with my own 2 eyes. Convince me that you are worthy of investment. Tong Chai passionately stated his case. Prove himself? That's easy. Sial grasped the spear and stood up from his seat, which caused Tong Chai, who had been glaring at him until now, to flinch and back off. Hold on. I didn't mean that you should fight me. No, what I meant was show me through those. Tong Chai pointed at the mission notice board. Oh, cue him. I'll go and bring a mission paper. Prepare yourself in the meantime. Tong Chai left the lounge. While waiting for the turban-wearing man, Sial shifted his gaze over to Hao Win, who had a huge smile etched on his face. Why? Why are you going out of your way to help me? Hao Win played a major role in talks progressing to this point. Sial lacked the ability of eloquent speech, and so could only marvel at Hao Win's sleek persuasion skills. But at the same time, the youth couldn't understand the reason why. After all, the Chinese man was someone he'd never even talked to prior to this day. Well, I'm apologizing for my initial misunderstanding. The end of Hao Win's words trailed off, which was quite unlike him. He then shrugged his shoulders. I don't hate guys like you. A man who's willing to brave dangers for the woman he loves. Actually, I wish to cheer you on, you see. Sial nearly spat out the drink he was drinking right then. Love. Am I wrong? Definitely, I'm not even going out with her. But you said you can't stop thinking about her. That is. A person was withering away right in front of his face, so quite obviously he wouldn't be able to stop thinking about it. Seeing Sial's complexion wane, Hao Win broke out in hearty laughter. I don't mind a shy type of love, but it's better if you are upfront about it. Look, man. If it was someone totally unrelated to you, would you be going out of your way to gather 82,000 points? Weren't you planning to forge ahead regardless of what others might think of you? But that's not it. If he was interested in Ainz Audioverse in the first place, he'd not have abandoned her until she fell into such a wretched state. He only heard about her circumstances coincidentally. And just as coincidentally, Kim Hannah came to him to ask for the favor. He did completely forget about her while being immersed in the training regime after all. I was the same as you. A long time has passed by since then, but I still regret it to this day. I never knew how important the other person was. Only after she left my side did I realize my mistake. Whatever the case may have been, this Hao Win fellow deeply misunderstood something here. I also find you rather envious as well. You've realized it before it's too late, unlike me. Hao Win's reminiscing tone of voice nearly made Sial's body to shrink back. But the youth summoned whatever willpower he could muster to stop that from happening. At the same time, Tong Chai returned with a mission parchment. In order to enter a mission with others, they had to be in physical contact. In any case, that is the reason why I'm helping you. Hao Win picked up a huge shield. After placing his arm over Sial's shoulders, a big grin broke out on his face. You see, I'm a hopeless romantic. And then, accompanied by the sound of paper being torn, all 6 of them disappeared from the spot. A short while later. To be more precise, 2 minutes and 47 seconds later, 6 people reappeared in the plaza. With the exception of 2 people, the expressions on the rest showed how shocked they were. Hao Win was laughing his ass off while keeling halfway to the floor. Meanwhile, Sial was catching his breath after going all out for the first time in a while. Crazy. Liada's expression was as if he had just witnessed a terrifying monster. He saw it with his own eyes, but even then, he could hardly believe it. The youth carrying a spear dashed forward like a streak of lightning the very moment they teleported to the mission area. Then he began beating the 7 shades of monsters there without missing a beat. He stabbed them with his spear tip. Then he smacked them around using the spear shaft. Leota couldn't forget the scene of one monster dying without fail every time Sial wielded his weapon. Leota was well aware of the fact that Sial had completed the toughest mission in the hard difficulty, breaking out of the siege all by himself. But this was. Now that he bore witness to the youth's prowess, it exceeded Leota's wildest imaginations. Should he say the whole thing was exciting, soul-stirring even? I'd have never imagined that I'd feel pity for the monsters during a mission. I told you, now can you understand everything I've said? How Win continued to cackle at Leota's expense. The latter man looked like he was totally fed up now as he shook his head. The facial expression on the person who objected most voraciously, Tong Chai, was also quite something else to behold. Now that you saw the performance personally, what do you think, Mr. Tong Chai? Tong Chai stood there like a stone statue before abruptly shifting his gaze over to Sial. You're from Area 1, which means you're from South Korea. That's correct. Have you been to the army? I was a sergeant by the time I was discharged. Ah, I see. Seeing Tong Chai nod his head sagely, Sial couldn't help but get flustered. What sort of misunderstanding was this guy going through now? Sial was about to clarify that he was nothing more than an administrative clerk, but how Win cut in before he could. So now you agree with my proposition. I agree with you 100%, and I will invest 3,000 points. How Win whistled, impressed at that big amount. Wow, isn't the change in your attitude too sudden? But, of course, I've only recognized the fact that I'm not the driver, merely the passenger in this ride. Tong Chai smiled wryly and took off his turban. Then he slightly lowered his head towards Sial. I hope you can buy the best equipment available. I am genuinely looking forward to trying out the very hard missions now. Phew, foo, foo. What about you, Leota? I'll also lend him 3,000 points. Leota crossed his arms in front of his chest and averted his gaze. Oh, it seems that everyone is willing to show off a bit. No, very good. Then 4,000 points from me. And 5,000 points from me. Staying silent until then, Delphine suddenly piped up, and as if she was very excited about something, jumped up and down repeatedly before clutching onto Sial's arm. Bus! Panicking slightly, Sial looked down at her. While clinging onto his arm, she shouted out while her eyes sparkled brightly. Please let me get on this bus. She opened her eyes and was greeted by the blurry world. It was as if she was looking through a screen of water while being submerged underneath. The lights filling her vision remained bright, though. Ah, her eyes hurt. Yunsiora reflexively closed her eyes and sighed out inwardly. I survived. She wished to die, actually. She pulled her hands in almost instinctively, only to realize something was not quite right. The sensation on the tips of her fingers was soft. Her back felt comfortable too, and most importantly, her body did not feel heavy at all. It always felt like it weighed a ton until now. Right away, she opened her eyes like a person struck by lightning, and she was astonished by the sights of the room greeting her. Where is this? She remembered making her way back somehow to that place on the 5th floor, the one that wasn't furnished enough to be called a lounge. But now that she had opened her eyes, she found herself inside a palace instead. Maybe I did die. But, just as she finished thinking like so, the door to the room clicked open. Unni. Yisiala was returning to the room after buying something to eat, and seeing that Yunsiora had regained her consciousness, she quickly came to her side in a light trot. You are awake. How are you feeling? Where am I? It's heaven. Yisungjin abruptly butted in. Yunsiora went, and was about to nod her head, but saw the pointy end of the food tray dig deep into the boy's side and couldn't help but be confused. Ouch, what? She's going to misunderstand you. But. This place is heaven, isn't it? That's true too. Now that Yisiala thought about it, her little brother had a point there. Yisiala quickly cleared her throat a couple of times and with a bright smile placed the tray down. Yunsiora's eyes opened up wide in shock after seeing some seriously appetizing grub on it. Saliva instinctively pooled in her mouth as the warm steam rose up from the delicious-smelling soup. "Please, eat them. I'm sure you're starving by now." What about you too?" "We brought ours along as well, so don't worry." "What is going on?" Young Siora's mind was in a mess. She woke up and so many things seemed to have changed while she was out cold. Appa helped us out. Hyung helped us out. The siblings answered simultaneously. Who? "That's it for now. I'll tell you everything once you finish them all, Tilda." Isiala pointed at the food tray. There was no way Young Siora would refuse. This was the first proper meal she had seen in over a month, after all. Unable to fight the desire, she hurriedly picked up the spoon. Tastes so good. This soup that seemed to melt on the tip of her tongue, how could it taste so wonderful? Young Siora's whole being focused on the meal at hand. And after making sure nothing was wrong, the Yi siblings also dug into their food as well. And so, as the trio silently enjoyed their meal, Yi Sungjin suddenly let off a long sigh. Yi Siala glanced at her brother, chopsticks caught between her lips. "You shouldn't sigh like that during meals, you know." "No, I know. It's just that I'm worried." "I wonder if it's really okay for us to keep staying here." Hearing her little brother's depressed voice, Yi Siala tilted her head. "If I were in Hyung's shoes, I think I'd be feeling a bit annoyed by us." "Why, you think so?" "And gee, I mean, us staying here like this, we're inconveniencing him, right? If we are honest, didn't we dump him with the responsibility of fixing Siora Nuna's arm, too?" Yun Siora's left arm was moving non-stop, but then it froze mid-action as soon as the boy's words left his mouth. Yi Siala went, "Ah," but it was too late. Even though Sial said he'd go and earn enough points, that amount was not something he could gather in 1 or 2 days. No, the odds of not gathering enough before the neutral zone's deadline approached were greater. It would do no one any good to raise an unrealistic expectation, so she didn't want to say anything. "What are you talking about?" It's nothing. Don't worry, Unni. Just finish your meal first." Yun Siora silently put the spoon down, no longer eating. Yi Siala glared at her little brother, but she knew that the milk had been spilled already. In the end, she had to come clean about what happened. 82,000 points? Yes, if we want to heal your arm, we need 82,000 points. It was such a nonsensical number. A helpless chuckle leaked out from Yun Siora's lips. Since she didn't even have 10 points for a simple meal to her name, she couldn't even begin to imagine the enormity of 82,000 points. What about him? He left a while ago saying he'd be going out to earn some points. Yun Siora leaned her back against the wall. Her question's been answered, but the confusion in her head remained. Why, she couldn't understand it. They only came from the same area. Yet he brought her to his own room. He then gave away those precious points, so she could have something to eat after waking up. And then he was trying to get her arm fixed as well. But why? As a person who never cared about other people's business, Sial's helping hand felt so alien and not to mention burdensome to her. On the flip side, it did kind of feel a little itchy. Her head still questioned, but her body was certainly rejoicing at the goodwill being showered on her. Now that she thought about it, she might have seen him during her sleep. "Are you all right?" The face of the youth reaching out to her. "I want to see him." When this thought formed in her head, Yun Siora's eyes blinked several times in surprise. "What did I think about just now?" Unni, please don't be discouraged if Orebionim tells you it'll be difficult." "I won't do that." Yun Siora replied matter-of-factly at Yi Siala's baseless anxiety. She remained cold and detached, but still knew how to remain courteous. But what should I say to him once he comes back? It was then. They could hear loud footsteps coming from the corridor. But I wanted to see what the ceremony looked like. Sial was sitting on the steps of the staircase while sighing out wistfully. He and the new team successfully completed several hard missions. They completed each mission 6 times, earning 43,500 extra points. His clearing speed was also incomparably faster. Every team member fought in the manner Sial recommended, so it was small wonder that the missions were cleared much faster than before. After earning enough points this way, Sial went to see Maria and requested her to hold the ceremony. She might have a dirty mouth, but Maria would never go back on her own word. She told him not to come inside the room since the god she served would descend during the ceremony itself. She then swapped out of the maid uniform for an ice-white robe, and while clutching a sizable bag full of stuff and being accompanied by 2 other maids, she went upstairs to Sial's room. By this time, even the 2 siblings must have been chased out from the room, thought Sial. In any case, knowing that he had resolved the situation somehow, he was feeling not too shabby at the moment. As I was saying, that was, if one discounted one exception. All thanks to Hao Win, who was sitting next to him and yapped on and on seemingly without an end. Sial thought he might develop neurosis at this rate. Originally, the team was supposed to meet up again tomorrow morning after Sial purchased suitable equipment for himself. However, Hao Win said he wanted to talk to the youth for a bit, and that bit got extended to forever instead. It was fine for him to misunderstand all by himself, but then he kept yammering on and on about some nonsense, such as the stories of his past love. You see, women are creatures of emotions. See, they are different from us males. Sure, your looks, your body, money, they do matter, sure, but the most important thing, it's your heart, sure. How much does this man think about me? How much does he care about me? These things are important, you see. That's all you need. Sure. Really now, you need to be more confident in yourself. I can help you out any time if you need me. I mean, such a wonderful opportunity has been created, so it should be a child's play now. Am I right? So how about it? Should I help you? Sure. Or with substance-less lectures about the rules of dating, Sial continued to mouth half-hearted replies. Now he could understand why Odilette Delphine looked so fed up back then. Oh well, at least he's not as terrifying as I feared, though. All right. I won't stand out too much, and just set the mood up for you young ones. All you have to do is to match the timing, that's all. Eh? Sial had been responding like a robot without thinking too much about it, and the conversation strayed off course by quite a lot while he wasn't paying attention. Match the timing? Just before Sial could ask for clarification, bright light exploded above their heads. When both men looked up, they saw soft and gentle rays of light up there. This was odd since the door to Sial's room should have been closed shut. Hao Win slowly opened his mouth. Looks like it's over. I should go and take a look. Sial got up and hurriedly ran to his room. For some reason, Hao Win decided to follow right behind as well. Arriving on the 10th floor, Sial could see that door to his room was still closed shut. The 2 maids accompanying Maria were nowhere to be seen, other than the backs of the anxious siblings hesitating there. Ore bionim, Siala spotted Sial and called out helplessly. What happened? I don't know. There was a sudden explosion of light and the 2 maids entered the room in a hurry and... How long has it been? Not long, maybe not even 1 minute. Creak. Before Siala could finish, the door cautiously creaked open. Chapter 33. A Misunderstanding 3. Hot and stuffy air rushed out from the open door. The acrid and bitter odor of blood and sweat also faintly brushed by Sial's nose. The 2 maids that entered before him were supporting the completely exhausted Maria from her sides while leaving the room. Maria's previously radiant blonde hair looked as if someone doused it with a bucket of cold water as drops of liquid fell from the strands. Her thin, white ceremonial robe was completely soaked through as it clung onto her figure and revealed more than a hint of her skin. Yoik. From her cherry-colored, shapely lips, a mouthful of blood spewed out. The white robe rapidly got stained in the dark crimson hue. Miss Maria? When Sial ran up to her, Maria weakly raised her head up. As if she was already suffering from a high fever, her once pale cheeks were reddening up. Are you all right? Fuck, can't you see for yourself? My head's ringing, so please don't shout near me. I really feel like I might die soon. Maria coughed and vomited out 2 more mouthfuls of blood. She regulated her breathing and then shot Sial a fierce glare. Don't forget. I did you a big favor with this. Sial wasn't a dummy, so he quickly replied. I understand. I'll never forget about today's matter. Maria lowered her head again. She was helped along by other maids, and soon they disappeared beyond the bottom of the stairs and out of sight. Still worried, Sial continued to look on before shifting his eyes away after hearing the loud exclamation of joy coming out from his quarters. It was the sound of the siblings crying out. Time for the main character to make his entrance. Hao Win lightly patted Sial's back. Although the questions regarding why this guy followed him here remained, Sial was more curious to find out Yun Siora's condition, so he hesitantly took his first step inside. Ho! Hao Win followed Sial into the room and ended up gasping out in admiration after seeing the figure of the woman sitting on top of the bed. The way she sat up on the bed while leaning slightly against the wall reminded him of a beautiful snowflower shyly blooming within a hidden crevice in the middle of winter. She continuously raised her right arm and then lowered it. Her actions were somehow like that beautiful flower not knowing what to do when the rays of warm sunlight fell upon it after it was forcibly taken out from its deep hiding place and into the open plain. Indeed, I see why he fell for her. Hao Win silently mused to himself, and then he lightly pushed Sial forward. Thanks to that, the youth ended up stumbling a couple of steps forward, which inevitably drew in the attention of Yun Siora. She flinched slightly and met the youth's gaze. How are you feeling? Is your arm okay? Ah. Her small but shapely lips parted slightly before closing shut again. All sorts of emotions flashed in her eyes, but her lips could only tremble softly. Judging from her small and nearly indecipherable hand gestures, it seemed as if she desperately wanted to say something, but at the same time, she was at a loss as to how she should proceed. So much so, the ones watching on could feel their hearts melt into a puddle. Man. Now how heartwarming and wonderfully refreshing was this. Hao Win was deeply admiring this sight, but then, may I know how you managed to gather 82,000 points? Yun Siora's words brought him back to his senses. Hao Win quickly stuffed a cigarette in his mouth and shoved his hands down his trouser pockets. Then he cocked his head exactly at the angle of 30 degrees and jutted his chin out just a bit as if he was looking down on his opponent. Oh, this is. Hiya tilde. Congrats. Just before Sial could introduce Yun Siora to Hao Win seized the initiative and stepped forward while walking in an extravagant fashion. He placed a hand on Sial's shoulder and scanned the crowd. I see that you're all nicely healed and stuff. You can move your arm now, yeah? Why, yes. It's all thanks to Mr. Hao Win. Sure, it's all good. But the ends of Hao Win's lips twisted up slightly. As a clearly slimy smile surfaced on his face, Siala couldn't help but form a deep frown. We've held up our side of the bargain, so. It's your turn to keep your side of the promise, no? Of course. Oh, good. You see, I just wanted to make sure. If you somehow forgot, things might have gotten a bit troubling for both sides. You don't have to worry, Sial confidently replied. He received a lot from them already, and he was planning to pay them back in full. Of course, that was just from Sial's perspective. The others, who weren't aware of the details, could only tilt their heads in confusion from those ambiguous words. Excuse me. What promise are you talking about? And sure enough, Siala took the bait. Oh, that's right, it's a promise. Sial was about to explain himself, but Hao Win cut him off again. It's nothing much. Let's just say it's kinda like we made a deal. He said it was nothing. Yet the tone of his voice or the way he said it indicated otherwise. This friend here, I saw him running around like a headless chicken in the morning, you see? And I thought him working his butt off like that didn't look so nice. So after I heard his story, I decided to lend him a hand. Then. He said there's this girl he needs to save and that he needed 82,000 points for that. Cool, so cool. I was so moved that I even asked my family to pitch in to meet that amount. Why, your family? Siala's dumbfounded gaze landed on Sial, but he could only look back at her without saying anything. What Hao Win said wasn't wrong, technically. It was true that Hao Win went out of his way to help, and he really did reveal himself to be an unashamed romantic. Also, one could refer to one's teammates as family, too, but because Hao Win had his back to her, she couldn't see his facial expression. But here's the thing, little lady. We aren't running a charity operation, so we reached a proper business agreement. Know what I mean? In an instant, the whole room became deathly quiet. Seeing Hao Win cackle like some sort of a cartoon villain in an apparent display of joy certainly got on the nerves of almost everyone present. Oh well. For today, celebrate away, but from tomorrow onwards. When he intentionally blurred the ends of his sentence, the unsettling atmosphere got heavier. In any case, you've got a lot of work to do. I'm sure you know very well that you gotta work hard to keep my family safe and sound. Yeah, that was also true. Delphine's team did want Cial's overwhelming attacking prowess after all, and it was common sense for a warrior to take to the front lines. I know, I'll see you tomorrow morning. Very good, I'll get out of here now. Oh, right. Hao Win turned around to leave, before turning back again to face Yun Seora as if he just remembered something. She wasn't stupid, no, on the contrary, she was incredibly sharp. As if she had sensed what was going on, the seriousness of her expression was clear to see. Before I go, I should say my thanks first. Your name's Yun Seora, right? Thanks a bunch. What do you mean? Her voice was sharp enough to cut human flesh, but Hao Win simply cackled on. All thanks to you, the #1 man in the neutral zone has landed in my hands. Hao Win theatrically mimicked grabbing and fondling motions with his fingers and ominously laughed out. It was only then that Cial realized something was off, but before he could respond, Hao Win's rough hands violently grabbed his collars. A word of advice: don't even think about running away. If we don't get back our investment here, then we'll get it back in paradise. If not, then, well, we'll just get it when we're back on Earth. Just as Cial was about to ask what the heck he was on. Well, I've yet to meet a fool who would do that after hearing the name of the Triads. Hao Win released Cial's collars, leaned in closer, and winked at him. With a refreshing smile on his face, he strode right past the confused and stunned Cial. Soon enough, the noise of the door closing was heard. Cial fixed his clothes and let off a soft sigh. Not only was that man noisy, he was also quite indecipherable sometimes, as well. In any case, today was the day for celebration. Yun Seora needed a few more days of recuperation, but by healing her arm, Cial certainly did wonders for Kim Hannah's reputation. Now that the most difficult task was over, the rest should be comparatively easy as pie. Conveniently enough, it was now around dinner time. Cial was about to suggest that they should enjoy a feast to celebrate Yun Seora's recovery, but then he couldn't help but fall into deep confusion. The complexions of both Yi Xiala and Yi Sungjin were poor. They stood around like a pair of statues, gazing at Cial with eyes rapidly moistening up. Actually, I thought it was strange. Just how? You were able to gather so much points in such a short time. I was so curious. Her halting words were wet with emotions. All because of us. As if all strength abandoned her legs, Yi Xiala suddenly plopped down on the floor, and finally, from her reddening eyes, thick teardrops began pouring out. Now in panic mode, Cial hurriedly waved his hands around in denial. No, wait a minute. You guys are misunderstanding something. It's a misunderstanding. That's right. But you had to borrow the points, right? Yeah, but... Cial became rather speechless. It was true that he borrowed points. Suddenly, he didn't know where to even begin his explanation. However, as soon as Yi Xiala's elegantly defined facial features began crumbling and soft, sniffling noises came from her nose, Cial couldn't help but hurriedly blurt out. I didn't borrow a lot. I already took care of the 82,000 points, and they just added a few more so I can get a couple of equipment for myself. I'll be able to make that up through a handful of missions. Really? Of course. But he said you fell into his hands. He was just messing around. I'm telling you, you don't have to worry. Really. But what about you meeting up tomorrow morning? Seriously now, it's nothing to worry about. I've joined his party, that's all. They needed my strength, so we're going to carry out missions together. It was at this point where Yi Xiala completely broke down and cried even harder. He had to use his body to get those points, that was how she took it, no matter how hard Cial tried to explain. She made up her mind simply through the actions of Hao Win. It's all because of me. In Yi Xiala's mind, her Ore Bionim, who was better than anyone else in the neutral zone, had fallen to become a mere meat shield all because she spoke up carelessly. The crashing tidal wave of guilt forced even more tears out from her eyes. Since Cial had no idea what she was thinking, he tilted his head in confusion. The whole thing was like a lightning striking him out of the blue. Why? The more he tried to pacify her, telling her that everything was okay, the more she seemed to cry. Yi Sungjin. Sial shifted his gaze over to Yi Sungjin, wanting to egg him to do something about his sister. However, Yi Sungjin wasn't much different. With his head was lowered, he had his fists clenched tightly while shaking in rage. What's the matter with him? Sial's neck creaked noisily like a rusted machine as he turned his head around. Yun Seora was in the middle of wordlessly staring at Sial. When their gazes met, she flinched grandly and hurriedly avoided him, and then began glaring at the poor bed sheets. It was the first time Sial saw such a display of raw emotion from a girl who always seemed taciturn and disinterested from the short time he had known her. However, he felt a sense of déjà vu when even Yun Seora began biting her lower lip. Sob. Yun Seora couldn't hold back anymore, and she too began crying. She covered her face with those thin pair of hands, and her shoulders began quivering ever so gently. I'm sorry. She quietly sobbed, and after seeing her like that, Sial could only glare at the ceiling in helplessness. That guy, really? On a day well-suited for celebration, the whole room became a sea of wails instead. On the other hand, as the multiple choruses of crying escaped from the room, Hao Win let off a long smoke out from his lips as he leaned against the door, his arms across his chest. Now that his work was done, he flung the dying butt of the cigarette away and moved on. The expression on his face as he climbed down the stairs was one of satisfaction. He sniffed and wiped his nose once while slowly nodding his head. Yup, humans are emotional animals, the following morning. Unable to win against the sorrowful atmosphere of his room, Sial made his escape at early dawn. He decided to get his gear ready in time for the meeting later in the morning. Let's see. The remaining points are 14,780 points. Although he gave 600 away for his guests and their meals for the day, so now 14,180 remained. Yi Seala completely refused to take the points, but when he used Yun Seora's recuperation as the excuse, she took them with thick tears in her eyes. What should I buy? Normally, the pricing of defensive equipment started from around 1,000 points. Since they were designed to keep you alive for as long as possible, they were naturally quite expensive. After entering the store, Sial looked around hesitantly before an Asian maid discovered him and trotted to his position. She was a cute girl with braided hair. Hello there, Tilda. What brings you here today? I came to buy defensive gear. Tilda. The maid swept her gaze over Sial and nodded her head. What is your allotted budget? It's around 14,000 points. Since you're a gold mark, you get a 30% discount, so we can budget you for around 20,000 points, yes? She knows who I am. Sial stared blankly for a bit before asking her. By any chance, do I also get the first place discount as well? The maid smiled refreshingly. Why? Do you want the ownership of the neutral zone too? Of course, Sial knew that the additional discount of 70% only applied to regular facilities. He still had to ask, though, just in case. If it's fine with you, may I act as your coordinator? Although Sial didn't mind looking around, there was no time. He was originally planning to come here last night, but all thanks to Hao Win causing mayhem, he had to suffer the consequences the whole night. He even failed to calm them down. Please. Roger. And what type of armor are you looking for? For the whole body. I see that your class is warrior, so do you focus on mobility or defense? I guess, mobility. Wait, I think defense is also important. Yes, Tilda, and your weapon is a spear. Yes. You aren't planning to change it. Nope. He wasn't thinking of changing a weapon when he'd just about gotten used to it. Besides, his budget was already too tight anyways. Roger that. I'm your coordinator, Aragaki Yuzuha. Ikimea Asu. The maid suddenly raised her arm up high and ran deeper inside the store, which left Sial with a slight sense of panic. While the rustling noises of her searching for stuff resounded out from the back, Sial leisurely browsed through the available items on the list provided. The names of the items appearing on the store's list were pretty simple. For instance, the spear Sial bought from the store for 580 points was named the Sharp and Sturdy Spear. Although it featured no special attributes, Sial found its simplicity rather pleasing, and more importantly, its length nearly matched his own height, which he preferred, so he bought it right away. Here I am. The maid, Aragaki Yuzuha brought along several articles carried on both of her hands. The first item to be shown off was an armor colored in a deep brown hue. This here is the boiled leather armor. It's the best one available here among the leather armors. After bringing the oil containing paraffin into a boil, you repeatedly dip the leather in there for a few hours and then take it out. That makes the leather super strong. Touch it and see for yourself. Sial touched the shoulder pad, and sure enough, not only was it stiff, it also felt reassuringly solid as well. He put a lot of strength on his fingers, but he still failed to bend the armor out of shape. That's why it offers great resistance against cutting attacks, but that still doesn't mean it's omnipotent, you know. If you receive an impact that the armor can't handle, it'll simply break apart, unable to disperse the force behind the attack, you see. So you gotta be especially careful about attacks from blunt weapons. And then she went, "That is why," and presented the next thing in her hand. It was also an armor, formed from small and roundish metal rings interlocking with one another. However, to call it an actual armor, it seemed a bit too small. I strongly recommend that you put this on under the leather armor. Is this the so-called chain mail? We tilde LL. It's a wee bit, you know, small to call it a proper chain mail, but you can think of it as the miniaturized version. It's lighter than normal because it's been designed for magicians and priests to wear under their robes. But still, its defensive capability is excellent. Even if your luck's bad and the boiled leather armor gets broken, this little guy can save your life. Doubling the layers of armor, Sial thought that wouldn't be such a bad idea, and so he asked, "How much for both?" The boiled leather armor is 5,700 points, while this is 6,900. Ah, that's the discounted price. The latter's more expensive. Of course. That's leather and this one's metal, after all. And then tilde. Thanks to Yuzuha's rather excellent salesman skills, Sial ended up also buying leather protectors for his arms and shins, as well as leather gloves and long boots adorned with cleats. And tilde the total is 13,980 points, dear customer. Sial didn't say anything else and duly handed over the points. Yuzuha seemed to be very happy about that. Heart suit Kamachi tilde? The mini chainmail barely covered him from his shoulders to just below his navel. The boiled leather armor could be worn like a t-shirt, so putting it on wasn't very difficult. While he squatted down to replace his shoes with the leather long boots, Yuzuha busied herself by checking out his spear before her eyes began narrowing to a slit. I don't have any points left, though. Are you properly maintaining your spear? Maintaining? Yes. I can see that the blade edges have become quite dull. Have you sharpened it ever since the day of purchase? Do I really need to do that? After hearing his reply, Yuzuha formed an expression of total disbelief and asked back, "Do I really need to keep breathing?" I guess I understand what you're trying to say. In the end, he had to spend another 20 points to buy a whetstone and a towel. All 14,000 points got sucked out from him in a blink. Thank you very much, tilde. We still have named weapons available, so please pay us a visit again after earning lot tilde S of points. Okay, tilde. Leaving behind Yuzuha's words, Sial went down the stairs to the first floor. His body felt a bit hefty now, but at the same time he was feeling a bit excited as well. Buying equipment for himself indeed was a long time coming thing. Finally, shedding the clothes he'd been wearing from Earth and kitting himself in the proper armor, his heart was stirring restlessly. I'll earn lots more points and make sure the kids get suited up properly too. Even before he'd noticed it, he was treating the siblings and Yun Seora as kids he was looking after. Sial found a quiet spot for himself on the first floor, and with a clumsy hand, began polishing the blade edges of the spear, while waiting for the arrival of his new party members. Ambush, remaining number of attempts. 10/10 ambush and annihilate the group of bugaboos walking past the mountain road. Difficulty, very hard when successful, plus 10,000 survival points when unsuccessful. Death. Cooperation possible up to 6 people. Sial hid in the thicket over a small hill and stared at the mountainous trail not too far from him. There was a group of the so-called bugaboos busy walking on the narrow path located between 2 hills. Even at a casual glance, there seemed to be at least over 30 of them. A bugaboo was an exceptionally furry monster that had a roughly human-like body, but with a head of a bear. It was around 150 cm tall, but its entire body was made up of rippling muscles, so it was certainly not something one could take lightly. Seeing their sharply jutting out fangs and the scary claws on their hands and feet, even Sial tensed up. Also, why are they carrying so many weapons? Not only such things as swords, shields, and spears, he could see blunt weapons and bows and arrows which he hadn't seen in a mission until now. Most eye-catching, though, was this 2-meter-tall bugaboo walking in the middle of the group. It carried a huge mace in one hand, and Sial judged it to be the leader of this group. Good thing I didn't try the mission alone. The thing about the difficulty spiking up incredibly high during the very hard ranked missions was indeed true. He could now understand why the mission was called Ambush as well. If he or his group were to clash head-on with these creatures, they wouldn't even last 5 minutes. Finally, the group of bugaboos was walking past below the hill Sial was hiding in. Not yet. Right then, the once quiet mountainside was filled with a powerful gust of wind. The stormy winds formed at the end of the narrow path and began to violently overturn everything as they rushed past, eventually pouncing on top of the bugaboo monsters. This was, of course, all due to Delphine's magic. Guac grrrr, grrr. The leader bugaboo stumbled unsteadily before falling on its butt with a loud thud. It was the same situation for the other monsters. They all fell and rolled around the ground, their ranks completely collapsing. As the wind slowly died down, Sial grasped his spear tightly. The leather of the glove seemed to glue to the spear shaft. He crouched and placed strength on his ankles, getting ready to pounce at a moment's notice. Not too long thereafter, a sharp whistling noise came from the hill on the other side. A bugaboo, while trying to get back up, screamed in a shrill voice with an arrow stuck to its neck. Leota Salvator and Tong Chai, the 2 archers, began sniping the bugaboos at the rear that carried bows. The majority of the monsters hadn't gotten back up yet. But those that did regain awareness of the situation turned their heads to look at the direction of the hill where the arrows were coming from. Hell, 3 were already up and running towards that direction. It was right here that Sial raised his body up. He rushed down the hill like a streak of lightning and stabbed the head of a bugaboo trying to get up. He pulled his spear out before the dead monster's face greeted the ground, then in the blink of an eye, stabbed to his side and caused a bloody hole to appear on the temple of another bugaboo still regaining its balance. Confirming that his attacks worked, Sial relentlessly used his spear. His role was to reduce the monster's numbers as much as possible, while their attention was robbed by Delphine's magic and the arrows from the 2 archers. After sending 6, 7 monsters to hell literally in the blink of an eye, Sial quickly retreated. The bugaboos finally realized that there was another enemy to their backs and tried to pounce on his position with their weapons. From here onwards, a proper battle unfolded. Sial deflected away the incoming blade with strike and rapidly attacked with thrust, causing yet another monster to fly away while spewing blood. And as he went with cut to his side, clang! With a loud metallic clang, his spear was blocked. A bugaboo had raised its shield in time and managed to block him. Unlike the undead skeletons, these bugaboos did not stupidly try to rush in front. No, they spread to either side of him and tried to surround him. Clang! When his spear clashed with the axe of the monster, Sial's eyes widened in surprise. Not only the power behind the axe swing surprisingly great, even before he could counterattack, blades and spears of other monsters were already closing in on his position. When he managed to pull back and avoided getting hit, an axe came flying at him as if it was waiting for him to move. And so, instead of attacking, Sial gradually got mired deeper into a defensive battle. Surrounded by 6 aggressive monsters and their weapons, he had no choice but to constantly be on the back foot. It wasn't only that, though as he wholeheartedly concentrated on defending against the monster's weapons, he flinched and came to an abrupt halt when an impact landed on his chest. An arrow couldn't penetrate his armor and bounced away. A bugaboo holding a bow was taking aim at Sial and was pulling at the string. It was then. Swish, swish. Accompanying the clear sounds of air being parted, two monsters running up the hill screamed out. Arrows penetrated the back and the thigh of those monsters. Leota began lending his aid just as Sial found himself in a spot of bother. But they also have archers. Soon enough, Sial's eyes became wider still. From behind the archer's back, a pair of bronzed hands suddenly appeared and wrapped around the monster's neck like snakes. Then a dagger sliced its neck open. As the dead bugaboo collapsed, the sight of Tong Chai wielding the bloodied dagger was revealed. It was like transferring aggro to and fro. When their rear became noisy, the monsters chasing after Sial had to stop and hesitate. On top of this, the arrows continuously flying in were enough to delay the bugaboos, even if it was only for a second. Some of the arrows even managed to land in the monsters' weak spots and disabled them from continuing on. Now that Leota was helping out, while Tong Chai cut the number of enemy archers down, Sial stopped retreating up the hill, changed his grip on the spear shaft, and reverted from defending to attacking. He rapidly took care of the blindly rushing pair of monsters with thrust and strike, then went to town with the ones looking back in confusion. By the time he got back to the bottom of the hill, he managed to further kill two. Whack! It was at this point in time that the leader bugaboo stopped observing in silence and stepped forward. It took aim at Sial, loudly roared out in anger, and raised its massive mace up high into the sky. It was understandably pissed off, seeing that over half of its subordinates were cut down in no time at all. Should I dodge this? Even if it was Sial, he had no confidence in completely defending against this attack. The monster's mace descended violently enough to blow away the dust on the ground. In the following moments, just as Sial prepared to retreat, a dark shadow leapt in front of him. Boom! A thunderous metallic noise exploded out. Puhup! Hao Win, wielding a large steel shield, gritted his teeth as his feet slid on the ground. Sial quickly propped him up and opened his mouth. I was going to dodge that. And I'm trying to block it for you? Hao Win shoved the mace away with his shield and retreated with Sial in tow. That damn priest is always slow with his spells, you see. Sial wondered what Hao Win was on about, but then, a semi-circular barrier with them in the center suddenly materialized. The leader bugaboo powerfully slammed its mace on this barrier, but other than it trembling violently for a bit, nothing else happened. Oh well, his mana must be pretty high since the barrier is useful and all. Didn't a few monsters go over to that side? I took care of them. But thanks to that, I kinda got held up before coming here to help you. The leader bugaboo and its 10+ underlings surrounded the semi-transparent barrier. It was unknown how long this magical defense would last, so they needed to do something about it. However, Hao Win seemed to be rather relaxed. In any case, aren't you really amazing? How many did you take care of by yourself? 14. 15. It's 14. Aren't we in the middle of a battle? No need to sweat it. It's about time Joker makes her entrance. Hao Win pointed at the other hill. Sial could just about catch the glimpse of Odilette Delphine, currently decked out in a blue robe. She also happened to be aiming her wooden staff at the leader bugaboo. Avar Ava Avarisha. Sial heard a loud buzzing noise. And at the same time, a sizzling ball of flames struck the head of the leader bugaboo. Wah, hack, crackle. The flames caught on the monster's fur and spread out quite rapidly. The leader dropped the mace to the ground, covered its face, and began rolling around on the ground like a madman. Take care of that, big guy. We'll take care of the rest of the small fries. The protective barrier was still in place. Staying behind in the safe space, Sial began wildly stabbing the leader bugaboo that was rolling around in pain. By the time the barrier became visibly thinner, there were several dozen bloody holes on the monster's body. There were other monsters still left, but their ranks had been broken into disorder a long time ago. Leota continuously shot arrows with his bow, while Tong Chai went around silently with his dagger. Hao Win, too, was concentrating on relentlessly attacking his enemies as well. For Sial, this first cooperative battle proved to be easy. It might have been a bit tough in the beginning while trying to aggro the monsters, but by enduring, things got progressively easier as time passed by. If he were alone, he would have never been able to clear this mission, no matter how hard he tried. Also, he thought that, if the composition of the team was off by just a little, this mission would have been a lot harder. This battle proved to him why a magician was valued so highly. You all worked hard. Right after the last creature fell, Delphine raised her hand from the hill over yonder and called out, "A magician is really something else, isn't it?" When Cial spoke in an admiring tone, Delphine stopped jumping up and down in delight and tilted her head to the side. From her perspective, all she did was to cast 2 spells while receiving absolute protection. And she couldn't help but feel that he was being sarcastic, since he had not only blocked the combined attacks of the monster group, but also managed to eliminate almost half of them too. However, she became slightly abashed soon after realizing that Cial was being sincere. "Since you warriors protected me, things were definitely easier," Delphine humbly replied. "So, how was it?" Hao Wen shook the blood off his sword and excitedly asked, "Playing with a team ain't bad, right?" Cial smiled in reply. "You've successfully completed a very hard difficulty mission. 1,667 survival points have been accredited to you. Current SB, 1,847. Chapter 34. The Golden Commandment." After entering Odilette Delphine's team, Cial's daily life had entered what one might call a period of stability. No, perhaps he should say it was on the right track. In any case, he managed to pay off his debt in just 2 days. Clearing the ambush mission once paid out 1,667 SB, so by clearing it 10 times, he was able to pay back the 15,000 points and still have lots left over. Even after all that, there were still 5 very hard missions left to go. What the team tried their hands next was a mission called Arrive at the Destination within a soundless environment, and it gave out 20,000 points as reward. Clearing it just once netted Cial 3,334 points. Now that the debt had been paid off, Cial was able to get lost in the fun of cooperative battles as well as the joy of amassing a lot of survival points, without a single worry. Yun Siora's recovery was just as trouble-free. Like what Maria said earlier, simply by eating well and resting well, and with the added effect of Cial's quarters, her physical fitness level returned to normal in no time at all. The only thing was that Cial couldn't help but notice her being uncomfortable around him. Once he returned to his room to find it cleaned spotless. The shelves were all neatly arranged, mirrors shone and reflected light brilliantly, and the toilet sparkled blindingly too. Cial dazedly looked around, only to spot Yun Ciora sweating profusely while mopping the floor on all 4s. Of course, he was quite shocked by this sight. Not only could he not figure out why she was cleaning the place, but she was also in the middle of her recovery too. He hurriedly ran up to her and snatched the mop away and asked her what on earth she was doing instead of resting. She only lowered her head in silence as her reply. On another occasion, he returned after clearing a mission only to find Yun Ciora missing from his room. And on top of the bed, he spotted 4 neatly folded papers. The contents of those letters started off with the expression of her gratitude as well as her apology for causing him so much trouble. They were so profoundly heartfelt and touching, he almost cried reading them. And the passage about the debt being hers and hers alone, so she needs to pay it off herself, sounded especially grimly resolute. Thinking to himself she wouldn't. Cial went out to look for her and ended up nearly falling over in fright after finding her bravely stalking towards Hao Wen on the 1st floor. He then had to go through the event of picking up and carrying away the struggling Yun Ciora. It wasn't only that, though. Just taking care of Yun Ciora alone was already headache-inducing, yet the Yi siblings went around causing problems as well. Cial found them loitering around in front of the notice board, apparently hoping to pay off the debt by themselves, so Cial had to bring them back with force, too. This can't go on. Seeing that Yun Ciora's condition had recovered fully, Cial thought that he should move on to the next step. No, he had no choice but to do that. Cial only said he wanted to have a chat with them, yet the siblings were kneeling on the ground right in front of him. Yun Ciora, who had been cautiously reading the mood from the side until then, also silently bent her knees and got down too. He told them to sit more comfortably, but they didn't budge. Judging from the way they continued to stare at the floor, they must have understood what they had done wrong. Sial spat out a lengthy groan. Just what were you thinking? But, that man, Hao Win. I told you he's a good person. He's friendly and... No, wait, fine, let's hear it. What about Mr. Hao Win? Did he say something else to you? Yi Siala mumbled helplessly. I overheard by chance? Okay, heard what exactly? That well, he is a... He's really a gang member from Hong Kong's Triads. That's the biggest Chinese underground organization. If there was one thing Sial came to about himself recently, he seemed to have developed a strange habit of glaring at the ceiling when something dismayed him or caused a sense of dumbfoundedness. So, he stared at the ceiling of his room for a while, before shoving a cigarette between his lips. Yeah, sure. He's a Triad's boss. Right. He more or less understood where the Yi girl was coming from. He too had a preconceived notion about Agnes and Hao Win when he initially heard of their affiliations. Most likely they were really terrifying people. But, at least judging from what Sial knew, Hao Win was a man with a pleasingly outgoing personality. Okay, let's say he is. So what? Hyungwi. I know that you want to help out somehow. It's a commendable idea, but I'm asking you again. What were you even thinking, looking at the notice board like that? Don't you know that all the missions up to slightly easy difficulty have been exhausted? They couldn't reply. They couldn't say anything even if they had 10 mouths. Is it because of the debt? I've already taken care of that. No, I'm in the middle of amassing points at the moment. The reason I'm still doing missions with them is that I also need their strength. I can never clear very hard missions by myself. If you really want to help, then become stronger. Haven't you realized that you guys doing whatever you want is actually making my life really difficult instead? You guys have no armor, no weapon. Your classes aren't even in high demand. You literally have nothing, yet you want to tackle missions. You think normal difficulty missions are a cakewalk? We're sorry. Yi Siala whimpered out an apology in a really tiny voice. It was her first time seeing Orebionim get so angry at them. Rather than feeling unhappy after receiving his scolding, she could only remain apologetic here, though. She very well knew that his anger stemmed from him being worried about her and her brother losing their lives. Seeing their dispirited looks, Sial's anger cooled down a tad. If it were any other time, they might have raised a huge fuss, saying stuff about doing everything they can to show their gratitude and all. No, hang on. Even then, a wrong deed was still a wrong deed. Listen to me. I borrowed 15,000 points in total. That was for me to buy the necessary equipment so I could attempt clearing the very hard missions along with that man's team. In other words, I too have received help from Mr. Hao Win. Yes. So this is what's going to happen to you three. I'll lend my points to you. I'll train you too. I'm telling you to become stronger. If they wanted to help him, they needed to become stronger without a doubt. Flipping that around, he was telling them that they were too weak to be of any help right now. You all understand that you've fallen far behind everyone else even if you start right away, right? All three nodded their heads in sync. There's no need to get depressed, though. Depending on what you do during the remaining time period, you can catch up to the rest, or even surpass them. Really? Only if you do as I say. He wasn't making an empty claim. It was an undeniable fact that Yun Seora and the Yi siblings were far behind everyone else. Even after receiving their classes, nothing had changed from the day they entered the neutral zone. To be more specific, they lacked the necessary points, so they couldn't buy anything, including abilities. However, Sial found that to be their advantage instead. Agnes once told him, I do not recommend buying applications from the stores. There was an old saying, a dangerous situation could also become one's opportunity. You all know about the effects of this room, right? Yes, it's a room only given to the first-place ranker. Right, take these. Sial placed 3 vials in front of the kneeling trio. Yi Siala's eyes widened instantly. They were bottles of competence. They also happened to be the most expensive potions available in the regular stores. Not as good as the VIP store's special competence, they nevertheless still boasted 4 times the effect on any training done. It's not going to be easy. Sial told them in no uncertain tone. You will have to train really, really hard. I will help out, obviously, but once we start, it'll be very harsh. It's the same for you too, Miss Yun Seora. Sial stopped looking at the siblings and shifted his gaze over to Yun Seora as he spoke. She froze mid-action of trying to open the stopper off the vial. Will it really be all right? She sounded much more determined than before. There is something I realized after entering a party. Sial replied. There are a lot of amazing people to be found inside the neutral zone. Simple determination would never be adequate in this place. Mr. Tong Chai, Leada Salvator, Odalette Delphine, Hao Win. Also, Mr. Hao Win came here after years of preparation on Earth. Sial did not want an answer that was neither here nor there. While you, Miss Yun Seora, couldn't do anything for the past 2 months, these talented people poured in their best efforts to become stronger. If she were to do this, she needed to do this properly. If not, she might as well give up now. That was what Sial was implying. Honestly, Yun Seora's voice was small as she spoke. I have no confidence in surpassing them as I am right now. But, for the first time ever, the woman who remained ever so quiet until now, so much so that her presence sometimes couldn't even be sensed. But even if it's late, I want to catch up to them. Revealed what was on her mind. I want to become stronger. She revealed her simple wish. That was all he needed. Yun Seora unhesitatingly drank the vial. Same for Yi Siala and her brother Yi Sungjin. Sial watched the Yi girl's cheeks puff up before she swallowed the liquid down her throat. A sly grin emerged on his lips. You just entered the ranks of doped athletes, you know that. Please don't say that. Yi Siala blushed deeply. Sial got up from his spot. The effects of competence would only last for 12 hours. Even a minute a second was too precious to waste. Sial activated 9 eyes and spoke up. Yi Sungjin, you need to raise your fitness level first. Go down to the first floor and find the running 4 mission among the basic difficulty. Start doing that until you collapse. Until I collapse? There's no helping it. There isn't enough time left until you have to start doing the real missions, you know. When you're finished, come to the 3rd floor gym. Yes, I will. Yi Sungjin hurriedly ran out of the room. Sial took the remaining 2 women and before heading to the 3rd floor gym himself, sought out a certain maid. Training, you say? Agnes tilted her head slightly. I wonder. You'll still be behind everyone even if you start doing the missions now. Hearing her rather unconvinced tone of voice, Sial quickly added his own. They haven't bought any abilities from the stores. I believe they still have a chance. Not buying from the store through choice and being unable to buy because of the circumstances are not the same. I'm going to help them as well. They will continue to stay in my quarters, and I will make them use the same items that aid in the natural recovery that I've used. I'll also make them drink 2 bottles of the regular competence a day. I will also provide them with the necessary points to buy their equipment. Will it be still impossible? If you're willing to do that much, then the story certainly changes a great deal. Finally, Agnes seemed to show a positive reaction. Will you help us out? I might be able to, but... Agnes cocked an eyebrow and swept her penetrating gaze over the 2 women. Have you fully explained my training methods to them yet? Of course. In that case, I understand. Since it's your personal request, I shall do my utmost best. However, if they decide to give up halfway, I shall not stop them. Agnes's role within the neutral zone was a trainer, an instructor. If someone wanted to train under her, she wasn't going to refuse outright. It's just that. No one wanted to in the first place. Sial paid for the usage of the gym and gathered his hands while watching the 2 girls follow in after Agnes. He was praying for their happiness in the afterlife. Well, Agnes was known as the Sicilia's demonic instructor after all. The merciless training regime commenced. On the first day, both Yi Siala and Yi Sungjin broke down and cried. The maid named Agnes whipped them and pushed them hard like a devil. Even Yun Seora had to shed a small tear. However, although she cried a little because of the toughness of the training, the biggest reason had to do with the sheer joy of it all. It was tough, but she also enjoyed it. It was as if she was finally doing something meaningful, as if things were finally clicking into gear. As she had already experienced nearly falling into pits of hell, She was indescribably happy from the joy a fulfilling day provided her with. It was as if she was living in a dream every day. And so, such dream-like days began changing her little by little, day after day. The personality trait cool-headed has been created. She regained her lost personality and the personality trait despair has been removed. Not only that, her desire to give up disappeared. Also, the personality trait indifferent has been removed. Also, she developed an interest in someone, late at night, while everyone else was asleep. After returning from another day's arduous training, young Ciora lay on the bed, but her eyes remained wide open and blinking non-stop. Although her body was fatigued, sleep wasn't forthcoming. Like a habit, she sneaked a glance at a certain someone, and she stared at the youth lying on the floor to sleep silently and continuously. He was the guy who never forgot to give her the competence in the mornings and the afternoons. He was the guy who brought along a few items and said that they would help with strengthening her body's natural recovery rate. He was the guy who never forgot to encourage her, saying that they would go and do the missions together as soon as she finished the training. Although it was hard to understand why he sometimes slyly suggested that she should utter the words teddy bear to Agnes, but regardless, he was someone I'm grateful to. Thanks to his generosity, she could rest in his quarters where even a short period of break would wash away all the fatigue. On top of that, she didn't have to worry about starving ever again, getting to fill her tummy with delicious food instead. From a certain point on, she began accepting his gestures of goodwill. The uncomfortable awkwardness gradually disappeared, and at the same time, the sense of gratitude grew larger and larger, however. Why is he helping us? That was the last unanswered question burning a hole in her head. Was it because he pitied them? Or did he sympathize with them? Or could it be because he's interested in me? It was then an unknown type of bashfulness assaulted her in full. No matter how hard she reasoned, it didn't make sense. She began chewing on her lower lip, shaking her head while inwardly crying out, "I don't know anymore." Was just an added bonus. Sial Nim. Again, she began staring at the youth. Staring at one thing continuously might have been boring for some, but she never once took her eyes off him. Eventually, she did close her eyes as the dawn approached, but her consciousness still refused the embrace of sleep. No, that wasn't strictly correct. In reality, she was afraid of falling asleep. She was afraid of waking back up on the 5th floor. She was afraid of waking up and finding those 3 foreigners. Whenever that happened, she desperately tried to recall a certain moment from that day. "Are you all right?" She recalled the hand of Sial outstretched towards her. She recalled that short memory deeply imprinted in her brain. If she concentrated on that moment before noticing it, she'd fall into a deep slumber. Usually that had been the case. This is a big problem, but for some reason she couldn't fall asleep tonight no matter what. She tossed and turned on the bed for a little while longer, before eventually deciding to get up. Ever so carefully, she took each step so others wouldn't wake up. Soon, she stood before the deeply snoozing Sial and gazed at him. A strange glint flashed by her eyes as she slowly directed her gaze lower down from his face, his hand. As soon as young Ciora discovered his right hand, she lowered herself as if she was in trance. She then got down to the floor on all fours. She crawled like that to her new destination. Just before she collided with his hand, she stopped. She closed her eyes and cautiously placed her nose against his palm. Sniff. A small noise leaked out as she took a sniff, and sure enough, she detected his scent. The scent coming from his hand. Sniff, sniff. Now that she got going, she ended up sniffing for the 2nd and the 3rd time. She realized that she shouldn't be doing this. Yet, like an addict, she couldn't stop. For young Ciora, who could fall asleep only by recalling the events of that day for the past few nights, this was one temptation she could not win against. It's nice. Nice. Seeing that the youth showed no signs of waking up, her actions became even bolder. She placed her head on his palm and slowly moved it this way and that, then she even rubbed her cheek against his skin. His palm was large enough to hide her smallish face. It's warm. Sensing the comfort and security his large hand gave her, young Ciora's eyes eventually grew heavy. Not too long after, a soft but regular breathing pattern emerged from her nose. That night, Sial had a dream. A dream? Is this one of those lucid dreams, I wonder? Sial mused inwardly as he surveyed his new surroundings. The scenery of his dream was quite breathtaking. He saw a beautiful small hill covered in a refreshing green hue and several different animals playing on it. There was a bear, sitting on top of the hill and enjoying the gentle breeze, a squirrel darting through the branches of a tree, a deer drinking water from a stream. While he spectated this scene, Sial's eyes landed on a particular animal that attracted his attention the most. Oh, it was a pig. Not only that, a small and very pink piglet, its body so plump and adorably cute. It's really small. Is it a newly born? Sial found the way it slept while leaning against the grass incredibly cute, so he cautiously approached it. He wanted to take a closer look. Zzz. Zzz. Seeing it breathing out so softly like that, his entire body quivered in emotions. In the end, he couldn't control himself any longer and gently poked the pinkish and squidgy body of the piglet with his index finger. The piglet's eyes shot open abruptly, and it hurriedly got back up to stare at Sial. "Caillou, too cute," Sial screamed inwardly. When he slowly sat down on the ground, the piglet began retreating while carrying a scared, tearful expression. No, come here. I'm not gonna hurt you." Sial presented his right hand, causing the animal to lightly flinch and stop retreating away from him. Then the piglet stared at his open palm. "Come here." The piglet hesitated before trotting closer to his position. There. Seeing the animal lightly brush his palm with the flat of its nose, a grin automatically formed on his lips. When he carefully brushed its back, the piglet's small tail began wagging too. Should just I keep it? Just as Sial was sincerely considering this, he noticed that something had changed. Gold color. The piglet's pinkish hue of before had been replaced by a blinding gold color instead. Caillou. The piglet, while emitting the brilliant golden light from its body, raised one of its front paws at him as if it was asking him to hug the creature. Oh. Sial, of course, hurriedly picked it up and hugged it. Yet it remained docile. He couldn't hide his joy. Well, there was that old saying, wasn't there, that among all types of dreams, ones with pigs were the best out there. And even more so, since the little piggy was gold, this dream must have been a really good one. It's mine. Sial smiled in satisfaction and tightly embraced the piglet squirming and digging in deeper into his arms. I'll never let go. Chapter 35. To Paradise 1. When Sial opened his eyes early in the morning, he fell into a state of panic. He got to experience a thoroughly wonderful dream, yet ended up being roused from sleep by something slightly weighty pressing down on his chest. By the time he spotted young Siora sleeping soundly within his arms, a short cry of fright escaped from his mouth. How can a girl do this when we've done nothing but talk a few times? His thoughts bubbled up chaotically, but then he realized that his own arms were hugging her tightly as well. For some reason, he thought her body felt rather comfortably warm. Arg. When he tried to forcibly pry her off of him, young Siora simply, MMNN, dug in even deeper into his arms and buried her head in his chest. There, little one. Daddy's here, so don't you worry about a thing. Sial belatedly realized that he'd been patting her back and hastily removed his hand. What am I even doing? Sial dazedly looked down at the smiling face of young Siora as she rubbed her cheeks against him. Could this be because of her unruly sleeping habits? Even though he was panicking inwardly, he still managed to lift her up ever so gently and carried her back to the bed. When he placed the duvet on her, he spotted Siala lying alongside on the bed. The teen girl's limbs were spread-eagled as she enjoyed the sweetness of a deep, deep slumber. Only then did Sial figure out what happened here. So she was forced off the bed all thanks to Siala's terrible sleeping habits. Siala must have kicked around a lot since her top was bunched up enough to expose most of her tummy. Sial chuckled softly, lowered her shirt, and covered her with the blanket as well. Seeing her giggle as she continued to slumber away, she must have been having a nice dream. I guess I should sleep a little further away from them tonight. Although it was an unintentional mistake, he still did something he shouldn't have. If Yu Xianhua found out what happened, just how saddened would she be? Tusk. Almost immediately, he realized how wrong he was regarding that matter. Their relationship was already over a long time ago. It was only Sial who couldn't let go and forget about her. I wonder if Sion was doing well. As Sial headed to the adjoining bathroom, his shoulders began slumping forward, feeling slightly depressed. On the following dawn, Sial woke up, only to be utterly dismayed by his new discovery. He thought his chest felt heavy and opened his eyes, and sure enough, he found Yun Seora hugging him from the top. He couldn't help but wonder how she could have gotten here, since he was sleeping a fair distance away from the bed. More importantly, he was sleeping on a couch. So, if she was forced off the bed and rolled on the floor to arrive where he was, it was still impossible to climb up and settle down on top of him. Is she sleepwalking? Suddenly growing fearful of Yun Seora, Sial slowly wiggled out from her embrace and got away from her. I have to find a safer place to sleep later on today. And so, Sial made up his mind as such. When bedtime came later that day, Sial headed off to the bathroom. Since his room was already an excellent place to begin with, even the bathroom was spacious and more than comfortable enough to sleep in. Most importantly, there was a lock on the glass door, so as long as he locked it, no one could come in. Next morning, Sial was finally able to start the day as how it should be. Locking the door must have done the trick since Yun Seora was not sleeping on top of him this time. I should start sleeping here from today onwards. Well, it didn't really matter if he was in a bathroom. It was so big and clean anyways. Also, as an added bonus, he could splash some water and wash his face as soon as waking up, too. While grinning widely, Sial raised his body. He relaxedly stretched his limbs, and his gaze drifted towards the glass panel of the bathroom door. At $, and he ended up grandly crying out in fright. What the hell? Because Yun Seora was glaring at Sial while sticking to the glass like a piece of gum. With her eyes completely bloodshot, to boot, 2 weeks flew by as if it was nothing after the training commenced. We'll take a 10-minute break. As soon as Agnes gave out her permission, several noises of people falling on their butts resounded out within the 3rd-floor gym. While looking at Siala massaging her aching thighs, the maid-cum instructor fell into deep thought, stroking her chin in the process. She's better than I expected. At first, Agnes thought of this assignment as a nice little diversion to while away some free time, but gradually, her opinion changed. Isiala's nature suited the role of an archer perfectly. Maybe because she used to compete in track and field events, she was fleet of foot and possessed a really high level of concentration. More importantly, Isiala was quick-witted enough to pick up on things as soon as they were taught to her. The archer class required one to be proficient in many different skill sets. In that regard, the compatibility between her and this class seemed to be near perfect. I do not know who invited her, but they definitely found a gem. If she was nurtured well, then she had the potential to become a high ranker. Ending her evaluation there, Agnes then shifted her gaze over to Yun Seora, currently bent over and panting out heavily to the side. As for her, I can't be sure. Agnes was uncertain. Not in a bad way, but definitely in a very good way. She could figure out how Isiala might turn out in the future, but it was almost impossible to even imagine what Yun Seora might achieve. In other words, the depth of Yun Seora's dormant potential was unfathomably deep. Agnes dared not to pass a haphazard evaluation. Her physical fitness level increased surprisingly quickly, but her talents are even better. Perhaps she can even become a unique ranker. Agnes's thoughts came to a halt there, and a wry smile formed on her lips. She was getting ahead of herself. It was already difficult to become a high ranker. Becoming a unique ranker wasn't something anyone could do. Instructor? The voice of a young boy pulled Agnes out from her thoughts. She shifted her gaze over to him. Yi Sungjin was looking up at her while his entire body was soaked in sweat. Yes. What is it? Just what is teddy bear? Agnes sucked in a deep breath, somehow calming herself down in the nick of time. I wonder, I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. Really? But that's so strange, Sial Hyung definitely said. When Yi Sungjin muttered to himself, Agnes's eyes became super sharp. What is strange? Oh, that. Sial Hyung told me that if I say teddy bear to you, you'll find it really funny. Suddenly, the nearly inaudible sound of gnashing teeth leaked out from Agnes's mouth. Even Yun Seora and Yisiala were looking on at the maid with curious expressions etched on their faces. They too heard something similar from Sial before. Huh, but I heard it's supposed to be lilac instead. I heard it was Little Bear. Even though the person in question was present, they nevertheless unwittingly went through with the public execution. There is no need to waste your time on such nonsensical rubbish. Agnes replied without batting an eyelid because in her mind she had already murdered Sial several dozen times over. By chance, do you know where he is right now? You mean Hyung? He should be in the middle of clearing missions with his team. I see. Well, I'll have a little talk with him later on. In the meantime, let us continue with your training. Agnes spoke while cracking her knuckles. Yi Sungjin tilted his head in confusion while getting back up, and in the evening 3 of them. Pow told you to. Ouch, Agnes. Wait a minute. Do it. In moderation. You Herc. Agnes. Because of you, the alias, in my status window. Ouch, help. Have you any idea how it's changed? Stop, I'm sorry. Got to spectate Sial getting grandly beaten up by Agnes after she came to visit them late that night. Around the time when the trio almost finished with the fitness training and familiarized themselves with their class abilities and mana application, Agnes suggested that they should train in the mornings and perform missions in the afternoons from here onwards. From her perspective, they weren't fully ready, although she did her best to train them as much as possible during the shortest time she was given. However, Sial diligently supported them with things like competence and other supplements, so they were ready in that regard. Just as important, they also had to clear missions and get used to how they operated quickly as well. Overall, Agnes wasn't completely happy about a couple of things, but then again, she knew very well that experiencing actual combat formed an important part of training. Sial bought the trio proper equipment on that day. He was planning to not spend more than 10,000 points on each of them, but unfortunately, he ended up running into Aragaki Yuzuha again at the store. And like a scary vampire, she sucked away the upper limit of 30,000 points in the blink of an eye. If he thought about the 30% discount, then he just ended up buying 43,000 points worth of stuff from her. Yisiala was rejoicing like a little kid that just got her first proper party dress. Yun Seora found the armors worn in Paradise somewhat strange and unfamiliar, so she kept looking at herself. She even lightly swung her long sword around, and Sial couldn't help but praise how proficient she looked doing that. Even though the amount of points that could have bought him a divine elixir disappeared just like that, Sial didn't regret it. No, he was feeling rather liberated instead. I guess this is enough of me supporting them. Agnes made sure the trio received enough training, so now, all he had to do was to be there when they were attempting to clear the missions. However, since his aim wasn't to earn points for clearing the missions, but to simply help them, he was planning to do normal difficulty missions maybe 3, 4 times together with them. He believed that should be plenty enough for the trio to get used to the combat situations. He was also pretty sure of the talent scout Kim Hannah mentioned before not being too happy about Sial following around his find and spoon-feeding Yun Seora and co. Yeah, it's about time they start learning how to take care of business by themselves. Sial was about to suggest to the trio that they should go check out some missions, but then felt that something was off. When he took a look around, he found a certain Oriental woman staring at the trio from a fair distance away. However, her gaze was not friendly at all. Who is she? And why is she? Although Sial couldn't remember her face, she also seemed kind of familiar. No, he thought he could just about barely recall who she could be. Sial stared at her for a long, long time before inexplicably remembering what Han the Guide said many moons ago. It was easy to calculate Miss O'Miniung's points. Sial finally remembered who she was. That woman passed the tutorial after procuring enough coins right at the end of the treasure hunt. Not only was she still alive, but it seemed that she had successfully cleared quite a few missions as well, judging from all that gear on her. But Sial couldn't really understand why she was glaring at the blameless trio like that. Not too long after, the woman turned around to leave. Sial activated 9 eyes and couldn't help but frown slightly. Oh Minyoung was glowing in a yellow hue. Should I let her be? Sial deliberated before slowly shaking his head. It could have been nothing, but nonetheless, he remained worried. Back then, wasn't Kang Seok also glowing in the yellowish hue? At a bare minimum, some preparation might be in order, he figured. Sial helped each of the trio to complete their first missions, and then, unbeknownst to everyone, called Hyun Sangmin over for a chat. Breakthrough, remaining number of attempts. 10/10, break through the attacks of a sprite, cross a bridge and secure a bridgehead, difficulty, very hard when successful, plus 60,000 SB when unsuccessful, death, cooperation possible up to 6 people. After Sial joined her team, Delphine and her teammates were able to cleanly sweep away every mission they encountered. Eventually, they decided to take on the most challenging mission available within very hard difficulty. And, for the first time, they almost ended up losing one of their numbers. A sprite was a demonic fairy-like humanoid creature that was covered in a dress made out of grass. It was about half as tall as an adult human female, with several pairs of dragonfly-like wings coming out from its back. Its outer appearance was quite stunningly beautiful, but as soon as the battle commenced, the team got to experience firsthand how plainly cruel and sinister this creature was. One of the most irritating things about this monster was that it did not reveal its form and poured out long-distance attacks non-stop from the other side of the bridge. 4 such attacks wouldn't have gotten on the team's nerves as much. However, projectiles resembling bolts and arrows rained down on the team constantly. And to make matters worse, the sprite even knew how to cast wind magic that was almost a carbon copy of the tornado spell Delphine used every now and then. Hell, this abominable thing even used javelins as projectiles by launching them off several ballistas. And to confound the matters even further, several obstacles and blockades were placed on top of the bridge itself in a zigzag pattern, making it even more infuriating to traverse it. They chose to go with the tactic where they relied on the protection provided by Priest's barrier and inched forward while getting rid of the obstacles on the bridge one at a time. However, in the middle of doing exactly that, the barrier shattered, bringing forth a dangerous situation for the team. Hao Win was ready for this eventuality, so he used his massive shield to guard the others, but he got swept away and fell down after the sprite used that aforementioned powerful wind magic. Sial and Tong Chai stepped forward to rescue Hao Win, while Leoda Salvator speedily brought up the rear. The latter man's aim was to divert aggro the 3 men ahead of him had attracted, even if it was only by a little bit. He was also thinking of sniping the enemy across the bridge if he found an opening as well. Leoda used his amazing agility to climb over obstacles, only for a long javelin to fly out of a ballista and lodge itself in his stomach. By this time, Sial had successfully pulled Hao Win out of immediate danger and was free. The youth quickly rushed over and dragged the grievously wounded Leoda into safety. Leoda's injury was quite serious. The whites of his eyes were showing as his body shook hard from the shock. Delphine poured a vial of very expensive healing potion she bought just in case on his wounds. If it weren't for his 2 layers of armor absorbing some of the force, even the healing magic of the priest wouldn't have been enough to save his life. Things seemed to have reached a stalemate of sorts. But then, quite unexpectedly, Sial found a path to victory. He used the spell balls he'd been saving for a rainy day. The first one he used was Poison Fog. Out of 6 remaining balls, he threw 3 of them at the opposing camp, and sure enough, a big commotion rose up from there. And that short opening was their first and only opportunity to act. The team quickly checked their gear and made a run for it, and somehow crossed the bridge just in the nick of time. It was a battle where they got lucky since no one considered the possibility that the sprite could be weak against poison-type attacks. Leoda gritted his teeth as he ran over to the coughing and wheezing sprite, keeled over next to a small ballista. While grabbing the creature, he asked the others to delay the completion of the mission for a minute or 2, so he could get his revenge. Then he proceeded to tie the creature up tightly on the ballista, while watching Leoda slap around the cheeks of the monster, then do a several angry roundhouse kick to its belly. Cial was overcome with a strange sense of déjà vu. Goddamn it. We almost got done in, didn't we? Hao Win walked with a limp as he plopped down next to Cial. We got careless. We didn't prepare properly. Odalette Delphine's expression was also dark. Right. We thought we were ready with what we had since there wasn't much info provided on the mission. But hell, reality nearly proved to be anything but. I think it's better for me to learn a couple of defensive spells, just in case. I thought it'd be enough for me to invest in attack magic spells only since we have a priest among us. Delphine's shoulders shrunk. She still couldn't forget the sight of her flames from the fire magic. She worked so hard to cast Scatter away so easily by the sprite's wind magic. That might be a good idea. Casting barriers could make our lives a little bit easier. Hao Win agreed with her assessment. I should swap all my armor to metal ones while we're at it. Since I've got enough points to burn, I might as well get a couple of larger and stronger shields, too. You want to buy 2 shields? Well, there's no helping it. I mean, the main objective of this mission is to cross this bridge as safely as possible, after all. What Hao Win said made sense. The sprite was quite strong when it came to long-distance attacks, but the battle itself became more or less manageable once the team got close enough to the monster. Indeed. Crossing the bridge was nonsensically difficult, but in reality, we only have to make sure that Cial gets to the other side safe and sound, am I wrong? But that might not be the case, though. I think the reason why the close-quarters fight ended up being easier than expected could be due to the poison. At Tong Chai's agreement, Odalette Delphine raised her counterpoint. Do you have any more of those spell balls left? I have 3 remaining, but none of them are poison fog. Cial shook his head regretfully. That means there's another thing I gotta worry about now. And I can only learn a poison-type spell when I reach level 2, you know. Delphine spoke in a worried voice before licking her lips. For now, let's end today's mission here. Let's sufficiently strengthen ourselves at the stores and try this again tomorrow. Since now we know what to expect, it won't be hard to figure out what to get for ourselves, no? In the middle of the team discussing changes to their battle tactic, a loud scream exploded out behind them. The tied-up sprite was shrieking out and desperately putting up a struggle. Seeing this, Tong Chai raised his hand to cheer Leota on. More, show that thing who's the boss. Don't you worry, I'll definitely make her suffer. Leota shouted out while not even bothering to look back, before proceeding to rip the wings of the sprite in quite a violent manner. Cial thought that he must be incensed about almost getting killed, even now. Okay, cool, great. Well, let's end our self-reflection here. Hao Win cleared his throat with a fake cough and began grinning slightly while looking at Cial. Your friend, how is it going nowadays? Cial was in the middle of wondering what he should buy next and was caught off guard. His eyes widened in confusion. Oh my. Why are you playing possum all of a sudden? Leota might take his sweet time over there, so in the meantime, why not tell us what happened so far? How far have you gone? How far did I go where now? You're now pretending to not understand me. Look here, my man. As a person who aided you, I have every right to hear the progress made in your current state of romantic affairs. My romantic affairs? By any chance, are you talking about Miss Yun Seora? That's right, that girl. Hao Win grinned in a lewd and suspicious manner as he puckered his lips. So, like at a bare minimum, you've already done slurp tilde, right? Slurp? You mean a K kiss? Egu, would you listen to this thick-headed guy? Hao Win spat out a groan and then. That is smooch tilde, and I'm talking about slurp tilde. Then he pointed at Odalette Delphine's boobs and spoke before going, oh. Ah, could it be that you're not into them rolling hills? Then maybe you're more into the succulent delta instead. So is it more like chomp, chomp, glug, glug? When Hao Win began swirling his tongue around in a clearly lewd manner, Cial hurriedly covered the older man's mouth and sneaked a glance over at Odalette Delphine. There was every reason to think that she'd find this whole conversation displeasing. What are you guys talking about? What is it? Please let me in on it. However, the serious girl of a few moments ago was nowhere to be seen now, after she reverted back to being a sparkly-eyed teenager. Miss Delphine. I might not look it, but I'm pretty quick on the uptake, you know, so please hurry up with the story. Delphine dragged her butt closer to sit near Sial and Hao Win. Sial smacked his lips. Actually, he was worried about a couple of things and wouldn't mind discussing them with others. The thing is, Miss Yun Seora became a bit strange ever since that afternoon. How so? This one time I woke up in the morning to find her sleeping in my arms. Q. Hao Win let out an exclamation of admiration. And so, what happened next? Odalette Delphine snorted in excitement. I thought it was just her strange sleeping habit, so I took her back to her bed. What the hell? What's the matter with you? A man should know when to push someone down. He's right, you know. I also don't like a vanilla guy. And no, that's not it. Cough. In any case, I slept on the couch the following evening. Then I woke up to find her sleeping soundly on top of me. Yup, it's happening. It's definitely happening. Don't tell me you put her back in her bed again. If you did, I'm gonna go around telling everyone that you're gay. What's the matter with these two? What with them adding unnecessary cheers every time he tried to say something, Sial was rapidly losing his motivation to talk. He even thought he was a fool, trying to discuss his worries with these people. It's like a romance novel? Tong Chai exploded in a fit of loud laughter. I guess it does sound like that. Sial grinned slightly, thinking to himself that at least he found someone who was more or less normal. And so, what happened next? Pardon? Why are you trying to mumble your way out of this one? You started telling us the story, so naturally you should get to the end. Even this guy. Sial stared at Tong Chai with a pair of totally dumbfounded eyes, prompting the latter man to issue a long sigh. Really now, you truly know how to build up anticipation, don't you? Fine, I understand. I'll pay. You should be honored because I've never spent my own dime on something like this. Before Sial could ask Tong Chai what he was talking about, the youth was interrupted by an alert announcing that 100 survival points had been accredited to his tally. I'm sure that's enough, no? Well then, please, I'm anxious to find out what happened next, so tell us. It is a lot more interesting than I thought at first. Mr. Tong Chai, I gotta ask, why did you give me your points? When he was asked, Tong Chai removed his turban and nonchalantly replied, Weren't you implying just now that, if we want to hear the rest of the story, we have to purchase the next chapter? Sial forgot what he wanted to say. Chapter 36. To Paradise too. Yi Siala, Yi Sungjin, and Yun Seora, the three of them were deeply engrossed in clearing missions lately. The deadline of the neutral zone closing down was fast approaching. That was why. Since they needed 1,000 survival points in order to enter the paradise, it was not much of a stretch to say that the trio spent almost half of their day near the first-floor notice board in order to accumulate the necessary amount. Of course, Sial already told them that they shouldn't worry even if they couldn't amass 1,000 points, but the three of them couldn't feel happy or content about their current circumstances. It wasn't simply because they felt ashamed, though. As time passed, they began to realize the length Sial went to support them from behind, and the amount required to do so. The most obvious proof was with them equipped from head to toe with expensive gear. Even though not much time remained until the end of the deadline, only around 30% of the survivors managed to buy a full set of matching armors. Just from this fact alone, the three of them became acutely aware of their advantageous position compared to other people. So the issue was with them learning how to survive on their own, rather than their pride instead. Sial had done so much for them already, so if they failed to even earn 1,000 points on their own, then they definitely lacked qualifications to be treated as a survivor in this place. At a bare minimum, they wanted to prove that they were eligible to enter paradise on their own strength. I did it. After successfully completing a normal difficulty mission by herself, Yi Siala rejoiced wholeheartedly in front of the notice board. In reality, her being able to clear such a mission alone wouldn't be seen as too big of an achievement at this point in time by other people. However, considering how long ago it was when she started doing the missions, the rate of her growth was indeed explosive. On her first mission, she couldn't even pull back the strings of her bow properly out of sheer nervousness. Will he praise me? A smile bloomed on her face as she recalled the face of her Orebionim, who constantly encouraged her to be more brave, assuring her that she was capable of doing this. and always taking the time to teach her things step by step, even though he should be feeling frustrated by her by now. This is fun. Isiala began looking at the notice board with an innocent smile on her face, since much higher number of normal difficulty missions were made available initially compared to others. One could still find quite a few parchments left available on the board. Granted, there were only around 6-7 attempts remaining per mission, but nevertheless, she planned to do them for a couple more times to work up some more courage and tackle slightly hard missions later on. Let's go with this one. Isiala finally ended her happy dilemma and reached out to a mission parchment only for, "Oh my, look who it is. Been a while, hasn't it?" Only for her hand to come to a stop when a voice suddenly called out to her. An unfamiliar Oriental woman was standing behind Isiala even before anyone noticed it, her eyes narrowed to a slit like a venomous snake. "Who? Ah!" Isiala stuttered for a bit before letting out a small exclamation. Although she failed to remember, she still thought that she recognized who this woman might be. Right at the end of the tutorial, didn't she see this person on the rooftop? "You're from the same area as me, right? I remember you." "Really?" "Yeah. Weren't you that kid who tried to show off and ended up as the first to get killed? Back in the assembly hall, I mean." The woman's sneering tone made Isiala's expression stiffen. "You don't know who I am, right?" My memory isn't that good." "Yeah, I'm sure, anyways." "It's nice to make your acquaintance. I'm Ominiung." Yes, nice to meet you." Isiala's complexion was clouded as she politely greeted back. This woman, Ominiung, was not even bothering to disguise her antagonistic attitude present in her voice and in the way she glared at the girl. "The deadline is fast approaching, so have you earned enough points now?" "No, not yet." "Really? You haven't even amassed 1,000 points yet?" "No." As a matter of fact, Isiala was panicking slightly after sensing the woman's intense malice towards her. Ominiung crossed her arms across her chest and swept her eyes over Isiala. Perhaps to focus on mobility, Isiala's outerwear consisted of a jacket made out of flexible leather, while she had a small silvery chainmail underneath it. Her pants also looked like it was made out of high-quality leather. On her waist was a black belt with a main gauche attached loosely. Finally, on her back was an impressive recurve bow and a quiver full of arrows. Even at a conservative estimation, they must have totaled around 14,000 points. Ominiung was decently equipped herself, but she wouldn't be able to afford even one of Isiala's equipment, even after selling all of her equipment. "I guess things are working out for you nowadays. You don't mind if I take a look, right?" Ominiung took large strides and came closer before reaching towards Isiala without permission. Taken by surprise, the latter tried to back away, but by then, her bow was already in the older female's hands. Wow, yeah, I guess expensive things are the best after all." "How much was it?" I'm not sure. It can't be that much." Isiala barely managed to force out an answer. "Is that so?" Ominiung surveyed her surroundings for a bit before a suspicious grin formed on her lips. "In that case, how about giving me this bow?" "Ah. You said it can't be that much, didn't you?" "Oh no, I didn't mean it as for free. You give me this, then I'll also help you out. Know what I mean?" "And no, I don't need it. Thank you." "Don't be like that. Didn't you say you need to gather survival points? If you join my team, I'm pretty sure you'll amass the amount really fast." Ominiung pointed behind her back with her thumb. There were 3 Western men sitting by one of the lounge tables, looking on with what could be best interpreted as interested expressions. One of them even grinned slyly and waved his hand at Isiala. The truth was, the ones who attacked Ainz were these 3. Of course, Isiala didn't know this. However, she still sensed an unknown feeling of anxiety and wanted to leave as soon as possible. Please, give it back." The restless Isiala reached out and grabbed her bow, trying to pull it back. Ominiung strengthened her grip in response. "What are you doing? Didn't I say I'll help you?" "I don't need it. Please give it back." "Okay, fine. I said I'll give it back." When Isiala yanked hard, Ominiung nearly toppled over from the force. The latter woman couldn't hide her astonishment. She underestimated the younger girl's physical strength and ended up losing the bow before she could do anything about it. "I'll be leaving now. Take care." This little, Flames flickered in Ominiung's eyes as she looked at Yisiala's departing back. Undisguised jealousy burned vividly in her eyes. "Hey, you, how much do you charge each time?" Her loud shout forced Yisiala's steps to come to an abrupt halt. She spun around so fast her hair fluttered in the air. She began biting her lower lip. "What are you talking about? You know, kinda curious?" Ominiung mockingly smiled while speaking up. "Someone like you, how much do you charge each time? 100 points? 200? Wow, what did you say?" Yisiala couldn't help but suspect her own hearing just then. "Just how many times did you do him, for that guy to buy you all these cool armor and stuff?" At that undisguised attempt to ridicule her, Yisiala's eyes widened in shock. "Orebionim isn't like that? Oh, please. You think I don't know that you live in the same place as him? Why are you acting like this?" Yisiala's anger shot up, and her voice became shrill. Tears pooled around the edges of her eyes, seemingly to reflect the unfair treatment she was receiving. They didn't even know each other. Not only here in the neutral zone, but even back in the tutorial, they didn't even share a single word until this moment. Naturally, Yisiala couldn't understand why this woman was being so hostile to her. "I told you, didn't I? I want to help you. What's the matter? You don't want my help." "I don't need your help. Will you look at this little girl? How dare you raise your voice at me?" At Ominiung's signal, the three men watching on from the lounge stood up. Sensing the mood had rapidly turned for the worse, Yisiala began retreating step by step. "This Ainz is going to teach you an easy way to earn points." I don't need it. Aren't you worried about making enough points in time? Don't worry, those guys give out lots of them." Hearing Ominiung's insidious words, Yisiala's expression became even more unsightly. Why? She hadn't done anything to this woman, yet why? "There's no need for you to act all innocent and like you know. It's too late for that." Yisiala finally had enough of Ominiung's venom and was about to make her escape from there. But then, "You know, maybe you should stop introducing yourself. Don't you agree?" Suddenly, a man intruded in the middle of the two women. While Yisiala got surprised by who it was, Ominiung was frowning rather unhappily at this new development. Because he was the man who loved to wear a pair of sunglasses indoors as well as to put on a green baseball cap backward Ainz Sangmin, Ominiung began gritting her teeth. "You, Kaya, I wondered what was up after hearing a dog barking out loudly over here. Who would have guessed that it really was an actual bitch? What did you just say? Oh, my bad, my bad. You're still a human being, so comparing you to an animal is unfair." Ainz Sangmin raised his hands defensively, and his expression showed he was genuinely sorry. "So if I remember correctly, your actual nickname was..." He then smoothly took his sunglasses off. 10 points, right? Tremble. Ominiung's body trembled as she tried her very best to look composed. "You should watch what you say if you don't want to end up as a bloody mess." "Oh, is that right?" Ainz Sangmin sneaked a glance at the lounge and sniggered dismissively. "If you're bitching around here because of those three chumps, how about you looking over this way?" Ominiung's gaze followed his pointing chin, and she had to nervously swallow her saliva. There was a group of 4 men glaring at her direction. "You see, you ain't the only one with friends around here. Oopsie, you aren't a friend to those 3. Is it more like a pet dog? Shut your mouth." Ominiung glared at Ainz Sangmin with murderous eyes. "I don't want to see that disgusting face of yours, so get lost, you son of a bitch." "But I don't wanna. Besides, you're also a bitch, aren't you?" Ainz Sangmin cackled and dismissed her threats nonchalantly before lightly tapping on the shoulder of Yisiala. "You're just jealous of this girl, aren't you?" And no, not really. Ominiung flinched, her eyes opening up wider in a somewhat strange manner. "I'm not jealous of her at all. Why should I be envious of a girl who sells her body for some measly points?" Although she tried to look composed, her voice was clearly trembling. On the other hand, Ainz Sangmin was completely relaxed. "I told you, stop introducing yourself. You know she hasn't done that, and that's why you're being so bitchy about it tilde. No? What is he talking about this time?" Yisiala listened to this exchange while feeling anxious, before finally figuring it out. Her frown became even deeper as a result. Someone has to shake her ass off the whole day long just to survive, yet here's someone else who doesn't have to tilde. when Ainz Sangmin mocked her in a teasing tone of a voice. "Shut up." Her voice, thickly laden with murderous intention, leaked out of her mouth. Too bad, Ainz Sangmin wasn't going to stop just because of that. "I'm sure you were a lot happier when this girl and her brother, as well as Yun Seora, were struggling to survive, right? You probably spied on them every day and consoled yourself, didn't you? While feeling a sense of pathetic superiority over them, thinking that at least you're better off than they were. Why, you son of a bitch, when did I ever do that? Are you mentally ill? You probably were hoping too, right? Like waiting for the day these three would fall to the rock bottom just like you. It was you who gave those three the idea to do that, wasn't it?" It was then, the dumbfounded Yisiala's complexion darkened even further. "Yes. Seriously now. Don't know who hit her, but that person sure fucked her up." Could it have been Yisiala clenched her fists tightly without realizing it and stared at the venomously glaring Ominiung. "But what will you do now? One day you run into them, and lo and behold, they are all living happily tilde ever after. They are eating nice food, they are training so diligently, and even kitted out in such a great set of equipment to boot. So how can a bundle of inferiority complex such as yourself not feel the pangs of vicious jealousy stabbing at your heart?" I said. "Shut your goddamn mouth, you son of a bitch." Ominiung screamed out that sounded almost like a plea. Her bloodshot eyes opened wide as if her eyelids were being torn open by her anguish. Just whose fault was it? "Huh. You made me like this. Why did you only help them out? Why didn't you do the same for me?" I also struggled. I too desperately fought and scratched and clawed my way to here. She began babbling out almost incoherently now. Hearing this, Ainz Sangmin snorted derisively. "You should take a really good look at yourself first. Who would want to help you when you're this bitchy?" "What? When did I ever wrong you? Your wrongs? There are quite a few, actually." "Why, you?" Ominiung spun around angrily towards the direction of the new voice, only to flinch rather grandly after seeing who it was, a woman wearing a white robe, her arms crossed against her chest, with a disdainful smirk etched on her lips. "I helped you to get to the second floor, only for you to fall for that bastard Kang Seok's schemes." The identity of the woman who swept her bob-cut hair back was none other than Shin Sang-ah. Maybe the story might have been different if you tried to press the door release button like Sungjin did. So, just who was the one that abandoned me behind to rot in the darkened corridor as if you couldn't care any less? After hearing her voice thickly laden with criticism and sarcasm, all Ominiung could do was to move her lips up and down without making a sound. And that wasn't all right. Remember what happened on the 4th floor? That was. Oh, and let's not forget, it wasn't as if you gave away that revival medicine for free like Miss Yun Seora. Shin Sang-ah spat on the floor in an exaggerated manner and began grinning again. "You've done nothing so far, yet you want us to help you. You. Surrounded from all sides and verbally assaulted without a chance to say something, Ominiung suddenly broke down and began sobbing. She crumpled to the floor and wailed out in pure sorrow. However, Shin Sang-ah coldly glared on while not caring whether the woman cried or not. She did tear her stare away when shadows loomed near, though. The three men by the lounge finally came closer after noticing that things were not moving as they expected them to. "Why don't you guys stop there?" A guy with a huge physique in the middle raised his voice and intervened. "From what I heard, this whole thing amounts to nothing much at all anyway. So is there a need to raise such a fuss?" "Sure, it's nothing much. I just showed up here because a mutt was making too much noise, that's all. Since the owner showed up now, hopefully it'll get more peaceful around here." Ainz Sangmin retorted sarcastically, causing the big guy's expression to crumple in anger. "I know who you are. You better watch your mouth." "Like owner, like dog, huh? What's my mouth got to do with any of you fucks? You have a death wish. What, you want to have a go? You're confident?" Ainz Sangmin lightly tapped the crossbow slung on his back. Meanwhile, the big guy took a slow but contemplative look around his surroundings. There were not only Ainz Sangmin's team, but Shin Sang-ah's team to worry about, too. The man realized he was at a numerical disadvantage. "I'll remember you." "Ha, why don't you also say better watch your back while you're at it? Don't you dare to think that every bronze mark is equal. We'll see the day we enter paradise. Egu tilde, I'm so scared tilde. Hyun Sangmin shuddered and shrunk back, causing Shin Sang-ah to break out in a fit of giggles. The big man quietly glared at them both for a long while before taking Oh Min-young away and disappearing from the view. At last, some peace and quiet had come and allowed Yi Seola to release her tightly held breath. This whole event was truly, completely, utterly outside her scope of expectations. She would have never guessed that Oh Min-young harbored such an ill will. She thought that a raging storm blew by just now or some such. A short silence flew by before Hyun Sangmin lightly tapped Yi Seola's drooping shoulders. Hey, you okay? Why, yes. Yi Seola nodded her head urgently. A good thing that I came around looking for you. I was going like, just maybe, but phew, what a relief. Anyways, you gotta be careful, okay? Those three, they are bad people. Thank you, really. She bowed her waist deeply to express her gratitude. Hyun Sangmin simply waved his hand around. No need for that. After all, Seol asked me for this favor. Orabionim did? Yup. He told me that Oh Min-young chick seemed a bit suspicious, and so he asked me if I minded letting you and your brother tag along for a while. I said, sure, why not? Really? He asked me to look after Miss Yun Seora, though, said Shin Sang-ah as she swept her gaze around the first floor. Hyun Sangmin nodded his head as if he knew about it already. Well, in any case, you plan to take a short break. If not, why not try a slightly hard mission with me and my team later on, along with your brother, of course. See, can we really? Yi Seola's face brightened in an instant. If she could enter Hyun Sangmin's team, she wouldn't have to worry about another incident like this happening again. Don't worry about it. I've already got the consent from my teammates. Besides, do I look like someone who'll do things for free? Oh, it wasn't like that? But, of course. Hyun Sangmin nodded his head as if to imply there was no need to even ask such an obvious question. For doing this favor, he pulled out the packet of cigarette while grinning widely. Seol promised to help us with a hard mission. The end of the deadline for the neutral zone that initially seemed so distant had arrived before long. The greatest achievement Seol accomplished during that time was to sweep away every single very hard mission with his team. They might have struggled greatly when attempting the most difficult mission for the first time, but after making adequate preparations, they were able to clear the same mission again in a comparatively safer manner. It wasn't as if they didn't encounter any close calls, but still, none of them were as serious as Leida Salvator receiving a mortal injury. And so, with them performing that mission successfully for the 10th time, the notice board had become completely barren of all the mission parchments. Finally, it's over. Tong Chai took off his turban and tossed it to the ground, looking as if a weight was lifted off his shoulders. There is still one more mission left, though. Odalette Delphine stared at the very last mission parchment stuck on the top of the board with a longing expression on her face. I'll say this beforehand. If you are planning to tackle that mission, I am definitely not participating. Agreed. That thing is pure madness. Tong Chai and Leida hurriedly let their opinions known. But, there is that additional bonus, though. I also am against it. No matter how tasty the rewards look, that mission isn't worth it. Delphine, we should know when to differentiate between reckless bravado and actual bravery. Even Hao Win came out with a resounding no. All Delphine could do was to pout unhappily in the end. Oh well. Yes, it does seem completely impossible to clear, no matter how many times I look at it. Although she couldn't completely give up on it, she had to raise both of her hands in surrender. After that, the 6 of them shared short but bittersweet goodbyes. They had gone through month-long life-or-death struggles together, so their bond had become pretty solid as a result. In other words, Seol had pretty much met and exceeded the demand of Kim Hannah, the one about making important friends in this place. I was able to earn a lot of points thanks to you. Seol shook hands with Tong Chai. I won't ever forget that you saved my life. If you run into trouble, come find me by the Sicilia. Leida Salvator told him bluntly. Well, we'll be seeing each other tomorrow one more time anyways. Odalette Delphine winked playfully at him. Love is an emotion, my man, don't forget that. And he bumped fists with Hao Win. And even now, no one asked me what my name was. The Nameless. Priest carried a lonely smile as he left. Now left alone, Sial shifted his gaze back to the notice board. He looked at the impossible mission one more time. Not only was the reward on offer an enormous tally of 172,800 points, there was also an additional reward as well, just as Delphine said. The VIP store. Although his greed was acting up again, Sial still shook his head in resignation. He heard that a mid-sized army made up of level 4 Earthlings and above could just barely clear this mission, so there was no chance in hell that he could clear it by himself. Sial immediately gave up and turned around to leave. The neutral zone would close on tomorrow. Perhaps because there were so many things to get ready, his room was in a bit of noisy chaos. Organize everything in the bag first, take with me what I can, return the smartphone before I leave, and spend all the points beside 1,000. Thinking about his points tally, Sial became rather pleased with himself. His teammates invested most of theirs on better equipment and abilities, but he had not spent a single dime and continued to hoard them. All thanks to that, his current tally was the highest it's ever been. However, they'd all become worthless by this time tomorrow, so he had to spend them today. While organizing the contents of his bag, Sial continued to suppress the feeling of regret bubbling in his heart. He knew that mission was truly hopeless, yet the image of that parchment still danced in front of his eyes. If he successfully cleared that mission, then he'd be able to buy that one item that was seemingly forever out of his reach. Sial did almost everything in his willpower to shake off that distracting thought. 3 spell balls, the quill pen of flowing consciousness. Plop. And as he was absorbed in organizing the contents of the bag, something fell from it and issued a soft rustle. Chapter 37. To Paradise, 3. What's this? Sial stared at the piece of paper that had fallen on the shelf. Oh, that's right. I got that from one of the necessary boxes. He remembered receiving it as one of his starting bonuses. Honestly, he had completely forgotten all about it. At that time, he was far too stunned by the revelation regarding his 9 eyes. And afterwards, the food he pilfered from the convenience store hid this paper away from his view, and it languished at the bottom of the bag. He couldn't help but feel a bit surprised by the fact that he had completely forgotten about it until now. Hey, Sungjin? Yes. Sungjin raised his head and looked at Sial after he stopped emptying the contents of his bag to the ground. What was your mark's grade again? Bronze. That means you got a random box, right? Back at the assembly hall. Yes. What came out from there? It was a paper talisman. Why? Is something the matter? Sungjin replied without hesitation. I'm kinda curious, but the magic spell you can use with a talisman, can it be anything you want? No, not really. Mine had bind written on it. Sial looked back at the paper talisman resting on the shelf and began frowning slightly. This scrap of paper in front of his eyes was almost completely blank. Is it possible for you to show me your talisman? If you still have it on you, that is. Oh, that. My bad, but I already used it up back in the tutorial. We ran into that Geekwi monster as soon as we came out of our hiding place. Sungjin scratched the back of his head apologetically. I wonder if there's anyone who still has their talisman. I'm sure that everyone has used theirs up by now. I mean, the neutral zone's about to close anyways. What does that mean? Oh well, they are starting bonuses, right? What do you mean? When Sial asked back in surprise, Sungjin showed how stunned he was, as if the thought of Sial not knowing about it didn't cross his mind. After all, it was common sense for every invited. Well, not unless they didn't pay attention to any of the explanations provided beforehand. Yeah, think of it like our phones. You heard that we have to return them before leaving the neutral zone, right? Yeah, it's like that. Both the starting bonuses, AMD, the phones aren't things we earned through our own efforts. Right. Things like that. Either we return them before the neutral zone closes, or they automatically disappear when we leave. The neutral zone is a special area connected to the tutorial, so items from there can be used here, but we can't take them with us to Paradise. But can't we bring the armors and weapons with us? Heck, I was planning to take my spell balls with me too. Armors and weapons are bought with your own points, so they are excluded. And you got those spell balls yourself after finding the right amount of coins in the treasure hunt, right? I mean, they are different from the starting bonuses given away without us actually having done anything yet. This was the first time Sial heard about any of this. His expression became complicated as he took a look at the paper talisman on the shelf. For instance, if you did something by using the starting bonus, that's acknowledged as you having achieved it yourself. But the bonuses themselves won't be counted. What Yi Sungjin was saying was that Sial's talisman would be useless come tomorrow. Wait a minute, does that mean this bag too? Yi Sungjin nodded his head as if it was obvious. I nearly ended up making a huge mistake. Sial hurriedly took out all the things he carefully stored in the bag. In the meantime, he was regretting the fact that he hadn't gotten the chance to use this talisman. And at the same time, he got curious as well. You've acquired a paper talisman. The announcement message definitely said he acquired a paper talisman. But unlike the spell balls, not a single piece of information was written on the talisman itself, not even what kind of spells it might be able to cast. He didn't think of this item as useless junk, though. After all, it was one of the gold mark starting bonuses. At least, its worth should be incomparably higher than the bonuses of the silver and bronze marks. Wish I had a clue. Sial slowly fell deeper into his thoughts. Are you making fun of me? Was your experience during the tutorial that unpleasant? Are you trying to completely rip it to shreds, is that it? Just how did you even know what that man would need in here? Then, he remembered Han growling in anger after seeing the necessary boxes back in the assembly hall. The guide looked so relieved when Sial told him that his status windows got updated, instead, scanning for the most needed item during the current situation. Please wait. Next, he remembered the message that came after opening the first necessary box. But that guy, he didn't clear the mission in what you'd call a proper fashion. He just got lucky, that's all. And even Kim Hannah's advice, too. Could it be? As soon as that line of thought entered his head, Sial fell into a serious dilemma. He slowly fingered the nearly blank paper talisman, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Anyways, what did you get for your starting Banu? Yi Sungjin's words came to a halt, along with his hands that also stopped emptying his bag. Sial was nowhere to be seen anymore. Hyung. Siege remaining number of attempts. 1/1. Within 48 hours, annihilate the race of guardians protecting the sanctuary and destroy this impenetrable fortress. Difficulty. Impossible when successful. Plus 172,800 SP, a one-time use VIP store coupon, 1 per person. When unsuccessful. Death. Cooperation possible. Up to 6 people. Sial came down to the first floor, and he stared long and hard at the parchment stuck at the very top of the notice board. The usually noisy plaza was empty and quiet today, as if everyone else was too busy sorting out their luggage to loiter around here. There's even a time limit, too. Sial slowly swallowed his saliva, reached up, and carefully took the mission parchment off the board. Now, this parchment was no longer glowing in red like before. No, it was now in an orangey hue, which was 1 grade lower. Do not approach. His uncertainty only lasted for a brief moment. The color of immediate retreat recommended was now no longer there, and that gave Sial a sliver of confidence. There's a chance I can survive this. The high level of danger was still present, but still. Someone once said thus, there would be a time in one's life when he either had to take a step back or to take that challenge head-on. He squeezed his trembling eyes shut. Fingers gripping the mission parchments grasped it even tighter. TZZZT, accompanied by the sound of the paper cleanly ripping in half. Sial disappeared from the plaza. The location he teleported to was in the middle of a dense forest. Where is this? Sial hastily surveyed his surroundings, only to have his jaw nearly hit the ground in shock instead. Shit. His eyes took in the majestic sight of a magnificent yet absolutely huge mountain range. The cliffs seemed so precipitous and stiff, as if they were expertly cut and shaped by a heavenly carving knife. The highest peak couldn't even be seen, as it was shrouded by thick clouds. Things got worse, though. He also could spot countless structures and defensive walls built in and around the mountainside, and they all seemed incredibly sturdy to him, making him truly appreciate the impossible nature of this mission. How is anyone supposed to clear this mission? This was no longer a problem solvable by a measly group of 6 survivors. Even a well-organized army would find it hard to conquer this place. Only now did Sial realize what Kim Hannah was trying to warn him about. Sial did his best to rein in his wildly pounding heart and cautiously began walking forward. The actual distance to his destination wasn't far, as it turned out. Since he had no idea what might happen, he thought it'd be for the best if he closed the distance as much as possible before trying out the paper talisman. But, when he got a bit closer than before, he had no choice but to come to a very sudden stop. He left 9 eyes on since the neutral zone's first floor, and thanks to that, he could see the mountain range change suddenly from its initial light red to deep, deep red, and then, what the hell, finally to jet black. The formless pressure those cliffsides gave out after they all suddenly changed to jet black color was so overwhelming that, simply by looking at them, Sial instinctively took a step back in fear. Swish! It was then, a sharp whistling noise pierced past his ear. Sial had been taking several retreating steps but came to a halt when that happened. And when he carefully wiped his cheek, he found blood on his palm. What an insolent little human you are! Oh ho ho ho! A high-pitched but rather alluring voice of a female suddenly rang around the air. Sial quickly looked around his surroundings as confusion dyed his expression. He couldn't see or sense anything around him yet. What just happened? No, this wasn't the right time to dwell on such matters. The black color signified that he should escape right away. One wrong move and he would be dead. He recovered his wits and hurriedly pulled the blank paper talisman out. And then, I can't tell what foolish thoughts led you to this place, but... And then, without a shred of hesitation, he ripped it in half. You've used the necessary talisman, but... As a guardian, I cannot sit idly by and simply watch your insolence, scanning for the most needed spell for the current situation. Please wait. The punishment for intruding upon this holy site is your What? The voice and the message continuously rang around in his ears. But then, eventually, the spell limited area. Great earthquake has been activated. An earthquake measuring 12 in magnitude will commence within the designated area. Woong, 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 woong. A massive barrier suddenly formed between the spot Sial was standing on and the mountainside. Then, this barrier expanded even further and completely surrounded the entire mountain range in the blink of an eye, with a membrane much thicker than any barrier Sial had seen up until now. What do you think you're doing, human? The voice became urgent as this unexpected event continued to unfold. Unfortunately for the owner of the voice, the actual spell hadn't even begun yet. Rumble, an indescribably terrifying roar attacked Sial's hearing. It was so loud that he lost all his hearing right away. It was as if tens of thousands of fault lines were colliding with one another. And subsequently, the earth split. The ground cracked apart like spider webs and the whole mountain range began trembling. Quang! The earth broke apart and exploded upwards. Sial could only describe what he saw like that. Kayak. Almost at the same time, a figure of a woman swiftly emerged from one of the trees trapped behind the barrier as her hair whipped about. This was no longer on the level of a mountain slide or something similar, no. The entire mountain range itself was cracking apart and was collapsing from top to bottom while the ground exploded non-stop. As he stood outside the barrier in safety, Sial couldn't really tell whether it was his eyesight twisting around or the actual mountain was being shredded into pieces. That was how absurdly scary the destructive force of the spell was. Uaak! Uaak! The mountains and the ground undulated and broke apart over and over again, causing this figure of female to jump up and down like a madwoman. However, the quaking became even harsher, even more violent than before, and soon enough, even her screamings disappeared as well. Sial dazedly looked on, before powerlessly collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle unfold right before his eyes, a nearly insurmountable fear had taken hold of his mind. Him sitting there on his knees, looking on while completely unscathed, that felt like a lie. In the end, he squeezed his eyes shut and covered his ears. When a calamity of such an unprecedented, heaven-changing scale descended, it didn't take long for everything trapped within the barrier to be annihilated into oblivion. You have successfully cleared the impossible difficulty mission. You have received one-time use VIP coupon. 172,800 survival points have been accredited to you. Current survival points, 477,997. When the kneeling Sial opened his eyes after hearing those alerts resound in his ears, he was already back in the first-floor plaza. Hua. Sial breathed out a sigh of relief, as if he almost lost 10 years of his life just now. His shocked heart was still pounding away madly. He remained on the ground, working hard to regulate his heavy and rough breathing. It's just a mission. Yeah, it was nothing more than just a simple mission. After managing to calm his fears, Sial finally noticed a small piece of paper resting on his chest, and it was the one-time use VIP store coupon. It was only then he realized that he had succeeded. The emotion of pure joy rushed in. Sial clenched his fist tightly. He was uncertain and hesitant even when he was about to rip the mission parchment in half. But now that he managed to clear it, he was being overwhelmed by this sense of unadulterated joy and satisfaction. After confirming the amount of SP he had, Sial got up to leave. His comrades constantly advised him to invest in new armor and stuff, but he doggedly saved all of his points. And since he had received the extra rewards, he just knew that he'd never be able to get a good night's rest from regret if he didn't spend a dime and ended up leaving the neutral zone tomorrow. While carefully carrying the coupon, Sial quickly ran up the stairs. He pushed the door to the 8th-floor VIP store and entered, only to find that there was another customer here. You also came?" It was none other than Odilette Delphine. "What did you come to buy? I want to get in divine elixir, but apparently there isn't one for mana anymore." Sial half listened to Odilette Delphine's complaints while hurriedly browsing the item list. 5. Divine elixirs. 30,000 SP each, strength X1, endurance X1, agility X1, stamina X2, luck X2. He was the one who bought all the available magic power elixirs, but one bottle each of agility and luck elixirs were gone as well. Sial's teammates had purchased them. They did invest in their armors and equipment, but that didn't mean that some of them lacked enough wiggle rooms to invest another 30,000 points on buying up the elixirs. "Delphine, are you planning to buy one of these divine elixirs?" "Pardon? Oh no, not really, Tilda. I'm not gonna buy them." "I understand. Hey miss. Give me every single divine elixir left in your inventory, please." A stupid-sounding gasp escaped from Odilette Delphine's mouth after hearing Sial's bold purchasing decision. 210,000 points disappeared in one go, as 7 vials of divine elixirs entered Sial's hands. And then, while he was saving his points, he had already made up his mind on what he wanted to buy. He only bought the elixirs simply because he now had lots more points to burn all of a sudden. 10. Saikai's Tears. 250,000 SP X1. Give me the Saikai's Tears as well. With that, another 250,000 points were gone. Now the real problem began. Well, he wasn't planning to earn that one-time use VIP store coupon after all. 3. Moirai's Souvenir, 600,000 SP X14. Meals Branding Iron, 100,000 SP X16. Divine Stigmata, 300,000 SP X17. Seed of the World Tree, 400,000 SP X19. Aphrodite's Sedge, 150,000 SP each, X5. Sial didn't even bother to look at the items cheaper than 100,000 points. His eyes remained fixed on these 5 items as he deliberated on his choice for a long time. Heaven help me. Every single one of them possessed heaven-defying effects. After some deliberation, he had to tearfully exclude Meals Branding Iron and Aphrodite's Sedge from his choice and move on. Let's see. Moirai's Souvenir, Divine Stigmata, and Seed of the World Tree. After thinking about it seemingly for an eternity, Sial finally made up his mind. Give me the Divine Stigmata. There was only one reason for his decision. Both the Moirai's souvenir and the seed of the world tree possessed an overall effect that seemed to benefit a group of people more. Meanwhile, the divine stigmata seemed more geared towards helping out one individual rather than many. As soon as Cial presented the one-time use coupon, the eyes of the maid in charge of the VIP store and Odilette Delphine went extra round in shock. Oh my. UEE. Can I take it? Cial's question caused the dumbfounded maid to nod her head. Yes, you can take anything you want with this. Boo, but how? Wow, what is this? Isn't this that, right? Did you clear that mission? But, how did you do that? Ignoring the two flustered females, Cial tightly grasped the marble that shone in a brilliant blue hue. Then he turned around and quickly left the store. He ran to his next destination, the regular store that sold weapons. He feared that, if he remained in the VIP store for a second longer, he'd not be able to forget about the other two items. The points still remaining. 17,997. Cial could hear Odilette Delphine desperately calling out to him from behind, but he was unable to answer her, as his head was filled with a singular thought of getting rid of the remaining survival points as quickly as possible. He spotted a handful of survivors browsing through the wares in the weapons store. Discovering Aragaki Yuzua not too far from him, Cial raised his hand high and called out to her. Over here? Yes. Yuzua trotted over to his side unhurriedly. How much is the most expensive spear in this store? The most expensive one. Then we have a spear that costs 22,500 points, but for you, it'll be 15,750. In any case, how can I help you? Unless one was talking about armors or items designed for sorcerers and priests, one wouldn't find high-priced weapons reserved for warriors costing more than what one might find in the VIP store. Give it to me. Give me that spear, I'm buying it. Oh my, you're the best. Since all sales commissions counted towards her achievements, there was no way Yuzua would hesitate and waste time here. She rapidly brought out a spear that shone in the most arresting silver light one could imagine, and then bent her waist 90 degrees in gratitude. And out of the remaining 2197 points, Cial spent them all, bar the 1,000 he needed to leave the zone. Only then his shopping spree came to an end. Yuhehehe? Cial continuously giggled like a madman as he climbed up the stairs, before covering his mouth in a hurry. Even if he felt like he was on cloud 9, his laughter sounded way too stupid for his own liking. He decided to save the divine elixirs for a rainy day. He was thinking that he should use them only after he ran into some kind of a bottleneck when trying to get physically stronger. Since he had plenty more room to grow as he was, using these elixirs now seemed like the height of stupidity instead. As for the divine stigmata, I can only use it when I get to a temple, but the remaining item could be used right away, no problem. What a nice timing, then, as the night had approached, and it was now time to hit the sack anyway. Cial returned to his quarters and finished packing things up. He switched off all the lights and headed to the bathroom. After chasing away young Ciora, who was hiding at the bottom of the bathtub, he lied down on the tub himself. He stared at the clear liquid swirling around inside the small vial for a little while, before pulling the stopper out to drink every last drop of it. As soon as the refreshing sensation of the liquid tickling his throat registered in his brain, he was hit by a powerful urge to sleep, perhaps to signal that the effects were already manifesting themselves. Cial's expression was one of pure happiness as his eyes slowly closed shut. He had no idea in his wildest dreams what might happen tomorrow morning. Chapter 38. Miss Foxy 1. Mana. If one were to talk about this mysterious power, there would be no end to the conversation. However, if one were to define it in the simplest terms, then it could be called a unique gift. After the invaders devoured the chief deity, this power was the only method of resistance the humans had against the alien races. Excluding one or two extreme cases, all humans generally possessed some amount of mana. An individual's growth potential was dictated by one's inborn talents or bloodlines, but without a doubt, humans were born with this power existing inside them already. Pretty much everyone who used this power professionally would say the same thing. It'd be for the best if one started training their mana as early in their lives as possible. This advice wasn't simply meant to imply the fact that one's available amount of mana would increase from the training. One would also get to train the pathways in their bodies where the mana flowed, the so-called circuit. Someone born with a great deal of this energy needed to pay close attention when they started their training. There had been several cases where the fragile circuits couldn't endure the circulation of the mana and tore up. In some cases, their circuits were destroyed completely. Just as one would temper the steel repeatedly to remove impurities as much as possible, the circuit would also strengthen gradually as a manageable amount of mana constantly flowed through the pathway. Thus, training oneself from early on was indeed the right call to make. However, the situation Cial faced was quite complicated. His powers manifested when he was extremely young. A small pathway gradually formed when he followed his instinct and used his newfound power. Never did he once receive proper training. He didn't even consciously realize that he'd been abusing his power repeatedly. And the moment he lost his power proved to be a critical point in his life. Although he'd been using his mana almost subconsciously, he had been relying on it for almost 20 years. Inevitably, the amount of energy he could wield had grown by a lot. However, thanks to him suddenly abusing his power constantly, the circuit that had been barely holding on was pushed to the brink and ended up breaking apart. Thanks to future vision, his body instinctively remembered new pathways that could be used alternatively. That led to Cial recovering his powers, but still, his old circuit remained broken. The reason why Cial chose Saikai's tears was because, after learning mana application, he regularly explored how the circuit of his body operated while meditating and ended up discovering the broken pathway. Saikai's tears, the renowned alchemist of Scheherazade, Saikai. He took pity on a woman whose body was ruined by disastrous mana training when she was still a young child. For this woman, whose body continued to wither with the passing of every single day, Saikai relentlessly pursued knowledge and researched for a way to give back the life she yearned for. He went on a long journey to procure all the ingredients for his elixir, and after conquering many arduous trials and tribulations, he was able to taste the fruits of success. However, when he returned to the city of Scheherazade, the woman he devoted his entire life to had already passed on from this world. Many influential men desired to possess the results of his incredible journey, yet Saikai simply chose to head to the holy temple where the remains of the woman rested. There, he shed tears of sorrow and prayed. He prayed that, even though he'd never see her again, at least let her receive this final gift from him. The god was moved by this pure love that forsook one's honor and wealth that they saw fit to name this offering as Saikai's tears. And thus, the Saikai's tears was born the miraculous item that perhaps exemplified the purest essence of alchemy, the item that contained all of the knowledge a man gained throughout his entire life, from his youth to his old age. Cial's sight was blurry. He blinked several times, causing the pooled secretion there to glide off his face. He could hear the wet, splashing noises every time he tried to move. It almost felt like he was wading in a puddle of water or thick mud. His entire body felt sticky and heavy. Cial cautiously pushed his upper body up from the bathtub, only to begin retching out urgently. Oof! The bitter, acrid odor of dried blood and the rotting stench of filth combined to assault his nose. Cial continued to vomit for a while, and after recovering, he noticed all the filthy secretion and excrement filling up the tub alongside him. A deep frown formed on his face. There was rotting black blood filled with remnants of his peeled skin, sickly yellow liquid that could be either his sweat or pus, real, bona fide crap, and finally, completely unidentifiable floating hardened pieces of something. All these disgusting and smelly excrements were doing their best to throw a party inside the tub. There were so much of these substances in the tub, Cial could scarcely believe that they all came out of his own body. I made the right call, sleeping in the bathtub. Cial held his breath while opening the taps. The warm water rushed out and managed to dislodge the hardened excrement, slowly washing them away. Sial decided that he might as well take a bath too. He had a feeling that, once he leaves the neutral zone, taking a warm bath like this would be a luxury he might not be able to afford in a long, long while. Also, he wanted to get rid of all the dirty things off him as soon as possible too. He proceeded to pour the bathing supplements that aided with one's natural recovery and dipped his body down in the warm water. He stayed there for over 30 minutes and scrubbed his whole body clean twice. Only then did he feel fully refreshed. Sial felt a lot more satisfied after seeing his much cleaner reflection in the mirror. Before long, though, he fell into quiet contemplation. Now that he got rid of all the disgusting things off of him, it was time to confirm the effects of Saikai's tears. He realized that the flow of his mana had become even smoother. Even though he never felt the flow was slow to begin with, it was still akin to someone who used 3G finally moving to LTE and discovering a brand new world out there or some such. Sial soon figured out the reason from checking out his circuit. Not only was his previously broken circuit fixed, but the overall length of his circuit had become far greater as well. Also, the impurities blocking the pathway had been cleared away, which effectively meant that the overall width of the circuit had increased several folds. More importantly, since the amount that could flow through the circuit increased, the vigor at which it flowed also strengthened in turn. If he were to compare his previous flow of mana to a cute little stream of water trickling out from a valley, now it was like a majestic river that snaked and raged around quite freely. And indeed, he found it even easier to control his mana. Goosebumps broke out from his skin after he realized how refreshing it felt as the energy spread around and enter even the tiniest acupuncture points all over his body. From here on, Sial would be able to output far more mana than what his current stats alluded to. Your status window. 4. Abilities. 3. Other abilities. 1. Reinforced circuit superior. I wonder if this is what the famous bone marrow cleansing feels like. Sial grinned after he checked his status window. A strange set of coincidences led him to this point in time. If his job had been a sorcerer, he'd probably think that this was one of the greatest lucky chances he encountered in his life, something he'd most likely never encounter again. However, Sial could only think about the recovery of his old pathway and remained oblivious of the actual truth. As soon as morning arrived, Sial ended up facing a storm of chaos. Odalette Delphine went around advertising the fact that he managed to successfully clear the impossible mission. That was why. Thanks to her, he had to repeat the same line over and over again as he made his way down to the first floor. What is the meaning of this chaos? If it weren't for Cinzia making her timely entrance along with all the maids on the first floor plaza, Sial would have spent the rest of his day explaining things. But after receiving an explanation on what happened, even she got stunned. She took a quick look at the completely empty notice board, and a wry smile broke out on her lips. Looks like I owe Agnes an apology. Overhearing that, the corners of Agnes's lips curled up a little. A little bit of time later, a simple exit procedure commenced. Cinzia offered a short praise for everyone, complimenting them for all their hard work for the last 3 months. Afterwards, the survivors paid 1,000 SP and returned their smartphones. After all that was said and done, the first floor was filled with the noises of heavy steel doors being dragged open. Go through there and paradise you've all been itching to enter will be waiting for you. Cinzia spoke as she pointed towards the dark corridor. There won't be anyone guiding you out since we'll have to remain behind and deactivate the neutral zone. But I'm sure you lot are more than capable of walking through a corridor. Perhaps realizing that she was making a joke, some survivors began chuckling in response. Well, nothing will happen anyways. We even prepared an open banquet area for you outside and all. All you have to do is to wait for those coming to fetch you. After that, negotiate, sign a contract, whatever. In any case, you'll find simple meals ready for you on the tables placed outside. Quietly enjoy your breakfast and wait there. Cinzia then pulled out a packet of cigarettes as if she was done with her speech before opening her mouth again. Oh, and a request, if I may. At least for today, don't fight." She momentarily stopped talking in order to pull a cigarette out with her teeth, then continued on with a surprisingly serious tone of voice. "I'm advising you to let the events of the neutral zone be bygones. Today's a day to celebrate, isn't that right?" She lit the cigarette up, inhaled deeply, and a little while later let the white smoke ease out from her nostrils and open lips. "Especially you, the invited? I know very well how powerful your backers are. Being able to flaunt one's right to mobilize that many marks, I'm sure they possess quite a bit of influence here. But it would be better for you to abandon petty grudges you have before leaving this place. Remember that." There was a sound of someone snorting derisively coming from the crowd. "Even though I made such a nice little request, you'd inevitably see some bloodshed on the first day. Oh, well, the moment you step foot outside this place, you're no longer my concern, so do what you will." Cynthia clicked her tongue and continued on while brushing her bangs upwards. "With that, I declare the official closure of the neutral zone." For the first time ever, she began smiling softly. "It was a real chore to look after you lot. Let's not meet ever again." She then spun around and left. Is that the end? Sial stared at the departing back of Cynthia before surveying his surroundings. Others around him were showing similar reactions. "Why are you still here?" It was then that woman's sharp voice dug into their ear canals one more time. "Why aren't you leaving already? Do we have to hold your hands too?" Only then did the survivors begin moving one by one. They shuffled towards the direction Cynthia pointed towards. "So it's really ending." Sial stared at one of the maids following Cynthia. Maybe she sensed his gaze. Agnes turned to gaze back at him. He dazedly waved his hand at her, and she replied him with the dignified, silent bow. "Let's get going, Tilda." "Off we go." Isiala excitedly grabbed Sial's arm and tugged at him. Really, this is it. Even while being dragged away, Sial kept on glancing behind him. He didn't want to miss a thing. Desperately, he took in the sights of the neutral zone. "I did run on the track like crazy, didn't I?" He saw the mission notice board, now empty. He also saw the lounge tables where he sat together with his teammates to have a chat, or to discuss strategy for their next mission. "I practiced the strike, thrust, and cut like crazy, too." The gym where he trained like there was no tomorrow under Agnes's guidance. The stores he'd been window shopping, wondering if there was anything eye-catching. The restaurant that he always ate in. And even his sleeping quarters that had been filled with the laughter and voices of the siblings staying with him. The memories of the past 3 months rapidly entered and left his brain. The place where he desired for a change, the place where he was finally able to change. The place that would forever remain in his memories, got further and further away from him until it became small enough to be hidden from his view with just a single fist. And soon, the darkness of the corridor swallowed the lights from the plaza and nothing could be seen anymore. Ah. Sial was about to reach out, only to realize belatedly that Yisiala was still holding onto his arm. "Ore bionim?" Yisiala tilted her head. Most of the survivors had left the corridor already, yet the youth was still hesitating to leave. Yeah, let's go." Sial turned around to leave, yet he remained conflicted. But why? He had been waiting for the end of the neutral zone for so long yet. Why? Only a few steps more, and he'd be entering paradise yet. Why am I not happy? Only then, Sial understood why. He was unhappy about the fact that he had to leave the neutral zone. Before he could do something about this realization, the darkness was suddenly pulled back from his surroundings. The brilliant sunlight stung his eyes, and a warm, humid breeze brushed past his skin. Reflexively, Sial narrowed his eyes and slowly raised his hand. The first thing he saw was the sky dyed in soft, reddish hue under the blazing sun. And below that, a vast expanse of desolate plain cloaked in the muddy brown hue of nothingness. The plain stretched so far and wide, Sial momentarily thought that he could even see the end of the world where the heaven and the earth met. So this is paradise. Indeed, he was now standing on lost paradise, where there was nothing as far as the eyes could see. I thought as much it was a tower. Yi Sungjin's jaw didn't want to close as he looked upwards behind him, A lone white tower stood on this desolate landscape. Its massive size made one shrink back from its majesty, yet one also couldn't help but think it was also rather beautiful as well. Why don't we have breakfast, now that we took a look around? Hyun Sangmin suddenly intruded on the trio as Seol dazedly stared at his new environment. Just as Cinzia said, there were several wooden tables set up outside the tower with food placed on top. Can you see the person coming to fetch you? Seol slowly swept his gaze over to the crowd. It was quite noisy there, as if people coming to fetch the survivors were already mixed up with them. Seol slowly shook his head while looking at some people bumping their shoulders while crying out, "Amigo!" He couldn't see Kim Hannah anywhere. I don't think she's here yet. Me too. Well, let's go over there. Everyone's gathered over that side. At the table Hyun Sangmin directed the youth to, Shin Sang-ah and Yun Seora were already waiting for them. Anyways, for a place called Paradise, it's nothing much to look at, right? Do you know where we are? Besides the tower, there's absolutely nothing around here. As the meal commenced, people began chatting amongst themselves. Hyun Sangmin complained that the guy who invited him was running late, while Shin Sang-ah revealed her worries of being contracted, but then said she was reasonably confident of her chances since she was now a priest. Seol didn't eat anything, only fidgeting the wooden cup containing some sort of a drink. Only Yun Seora quietly studied Seol's bitter mood for a while before gently poking him with her finger. Seol flinched and turned to look, and Yun Seora cautiously pointed behind him. Hao Win, sitting alongside his teammates, was waving at him. Seol asked for others' permission and left the table to head over there. Your guy hasn't arrived yet? Yes, she's not here yet. What about you, Hao Win? I told them to take their time. I thought I might get a bit emotional today for some reason. Seol immediately identified with that sentiment and nodded his head. In any case, can you do something about this little lady over here with her head turned all the way around? She's been like this for a while. The little lady Hao Win referred to was naturally Odilette Delphine. Her arms remained locked across her chest while she didn't even spare Seol a glance. Both her cheeks were puffed up unhappily, too. Anyone could easily tell that she was royally pissed off from this sight. Miss Delphine? Humph. Are you still angry? HMPH. Odilette Delphine continued to snort unhappily, leading Tong Chai to roar out in laughter. Honestly, I can't still believe it. You actually cleared the impossible mission with nothing more than a single talisman. I wasn't entirely sure about it. You could say that I had no plan, actually. Seol subconsciously rubbed his left cheek and shuddered. That thing, whatever it was, brushing past his cheek was probably meant to scare him. However, what if the enemy aimed for his vital spots from the get-go? He wouldn't even be able to stand in this place right now. No matter how many times he replayed that scene in his head, he knew that he was this close to death back then. I nearly died. And I can't even remember what the hell I was thinking of back then when challenging that mission. So he says, Delphine, how about you stop being angry now? Even then. Odilette Delphine spun around on her seat and stared at Seol and slammed the table with her hands. You could have said something. But if you died, then I. Even then, tilde. She jumped up from her seat and... I also wanted to do that impossible mission, tilde. She then ran up to Seol and grabbed hold of his arms before clinging onto him. I also really wanted to get my hands on the VIP store coupon tilde. You're so cheap, doing it all alone, tilde. My VIP coupon tilde. Ahahaha. Laughter burst out from Seol's mouth as he watched her cute whining. She reminded him of a little sister whimpering and complaining bitterly, and he just couldn't help himself. You're such a dummy, Seol. She looked so adorable while complaining like that, so Seol lightly pinched her cheeks and pulled. She stared at him with unhappy eyes, and a sound of leaking air came out from her mouth. Boo-woo. And then, as if she discovered something, her eyes opened even wider, and she jumped up and down. She waved around her hands and called out, Here! I'm over here! She ran away in airy steps. Seol thought that the person who invited her must have arrived. With a content smile on his lips, Hao Win retracted his gaze from Odilette Delphine and chuckled loudly. She's so full of energy, isn't she? She sure is. And you finally smiled. Pardon? Sial quickly touched his face. Did he just smile? Well, you see, I thought that your face had this really depressing look for a while now, Tilda. Me. Now that he thought about it, the depression he felt after leaving the neutral zone seemed to have elevated just a tad. Just like how Wynne implied through Odilette Delphine's boundless energy and enthusiasm, he was now feeling just a bit better. Well. I won't make you stay for long, so let's just share a drink or two. I will. Thank you. Sial nodded his head. Although he got to make many good memories in the zone, he couldn't stay there for the rest of his life either. If there was a beginning, then naturally there would be an end as well. And now it was time for a new adventure to begin. His mind felt much lighter when he thought like this. Very good. Now everyone cheers Tilda. Although Odilette Delphine had left, Leada Salvator, Tong Chai, and Wynne was still here, and just as 4 cups were about to clang together. Chapter 39. Miss Foxy too. Crash. Sial heard the noise of someone falling over, and then a small commotion rose up from behind him. He took a look, and immediately his eyes widened in surprise. The first 2 things entering his view were a chair and Ainz Sangmin falling and rolling on the ground. Then he saw Shin Sang-ah and Yun Seora standing up from their seats in utter shock, and in front of them, 4 men giggling in an unsightly manner. What are you doing? Don't get back. Just as Siala was about to step out, Ainz Sangmin shouted at her from the ground. Son of a bitch. This is really humiliating. K-Kyuk. The leader of the group then kicked Ainz Sangmin's midriff as the latter tried to push himself up. Ainz Sangmin fell and rolled on the ground again. You think this is embarrassing, eh? The leader spoke with a mocking voice, before tapping on Ainz Sangmin's chin with his foot. So, you know all about humiliation, huh? Then why didn't you quietly offer your apology when I asked you nicely? You'd have avoided all this humiliation in the first place. Don't you think so, amigo? Sial stood up from his seat while deeply frowning. Ominiung. He saw Ominiung sticking very close to one of the men, a burly guy, and cackling like a villain while looking on at what was happening. Her arms across her chest and a gloating expression etched on her face, too. I do feel sorry for you since you look like a worm and all, so I'll give you one more chance. Apologize to those 2. Hurry up. I also don't want to do this. But you see, my brothers and I can't really hold ourselves back when someone does bad things to us. The leader's words caused the burly guy to giggle derisively. You apologize from the bottom of your heart, and then I'll forget all about today's matter. Ainz Sangmin began gritting his teeth. Fuck, you're the guy who invited that bastard? What if I am? What a joke. A guy with a big physique prattling on like a little girl. You think I don't have a backer? Oh, that's right, you're also an invited. I forgot. Rather than sounding like he had genuinely forgotten about it, the leader acted as if he couldn't care any less. But have you ever thought about this before? The leader squatted low to the ground and met Ainz Sangmin's eyes. It's not that your inviter is running late, it's just him not deciding to show up in the first place. What? Why, you ask? It's because he could also get humiliated if he tries to step forward like a fool. The leader's husky voice gradually became lower. The knife scar on his cheek wiggled slightly as he grinned, his yellowing teeth revealed to the world as he did so. You do well to remember. Never take us cartel boys lightly. Not every bronze marks are equal, got it? Suddenly, another commotion unfolded behind the leader. When he looked behind him, he found a youth busy pushing past his underlings to come closer. Oh, the leader's eyes opened wider as he stood back up. It's you. The leader raised his hand and waved away his boys as they tried to intervene. What's going on here? Sial's cold voice caused the leader to form an interesting facial expression. What a surprise. Not even another inviter, but the rookie himself steps forward. Rookie? Now that I take a look at you, you do kinda look like a player. Sial continued to glare at the leader. The latter man raised his hands in a shrugging gesture and began speaking in a jovial tone. Oh, it's nothing. My little brother over there, he suffered a lot at the hands of this guy here, or so I'm told. That's why I'm just repaying the favor. You should stop. Is there a reason why I should? I'm just paying back what's owed and there's nothing wrong with that. Miss Cynthia said so already. Let the matters of the neutral zone be bygones. Cinzia? Oh, that's just some random bitch spewing crap. We are very sensitive towards the matters of our brothers, you see. Haven't you heard blood is thicker than water? Sial's brows quivered slightly. Did this guy really call Cinzia, a boss from an organization that possesses a great deal of influence in the South, a bitch? There were only two explanations for this. Either this guy was a brave idiot, or the organization backing him was as big as Cinzia's. This isn't a matter that an inviter such as yourself should get involved with. I don't agree with that notion at all. Besides, technically, the neutral zone also exists as a part of paradise. Am I right or am I wrong? The leader looked around him and asked, prompting his underlings to guffaw out, including the burly guy and Ominiung. She laughed so hard, she might choke on her own spit at that rate. The joke wasn't even all that funny to begin with, but she must have been laughing hard just to spite the others. What a disgusting sight it was. Okay, now if you're done, I'd like the third wheel to go away. I still have things to do. I'm not the third wheel. The leader dusted his hands and turned around, only to come to a standstill. What did you say? I asked Ainz Sangmin for the favor. Wait a minute. Wait, tilde. The leader raised his hands theatrically and suddenly raised a fuss before taking several large strides to get closer to Sial. So, are you saying that you asked that man to torment my little brother? Is that it? No, I didn't ask him to. Doesn't matter. You say you are related to this thing, right? The leader took Sial's silence as his tacit agreement and rubbed his hands together before placing a hand on the youth's shoulder. Hey man, this is me giving you my sincerest advice. Do you know what is the most important thing you gotta remember in paradise? It's what you say, your words. You gotta watch your mouth around this place. The leader lightly tapped on his lips and continued to speak. I will ask you again, so think long and hard before answering, okay? Doesn't matter what your story is, you said you're not the third wheel in this mess, didn't you? I already told you that. When Sial replied without hesitation, a huge grin formed on the face of the leader. Okay, tilde I, so that's how it was. In that case, our story changes a bit. The leader became so happy, he even began lightly humming in pure joy as well. I thought I might get a bronze mark as a stooge or something, but now, a real, bona fide gold mark just rolled into my lap. Heh! Then he sat down on one of the empty chairs and beckoned Sial. Ainz Sangmin was already long gone from his thought process, it seemed. Take a seat. Let me listen to your story. While we eat, no? The leader began shoving food found on the table down his mouth. Sial quietly stared at him, sensing that something wasn't quite right. The way his attitude had changed was one thing, and there was that oily smile of his, too. What are you doing, rookie? I told you to sit down. More importantly, Sial didn't like the way this guy was acting, as if he knew something about the youth. Sial took a glance at Ainz Sangmin, still pinned to the ground. The grinning burly guy was pushing down on him with a foot. Ominiung was to his side, her foot stepping on Ainz Sangmin's hand, also carrying a distorted smile on her face. And why is she enjoying this so much? Sial couldn't really understand it, but he knew he couldn't do anything at the moment. As long as Ainz Sangmin was held captive, he couldn't make a rash move. In the end, he sat down on the opposite side to the leader. Very good. Oh, where's my manners? I haven't introduced myself yet, right? Name's Salcedo. Olivier Salcedo. Salcedo reached out with his hand, and when Sial also reached out and grabbed the offered hand. Suddenly, he was greeted with pain as his hand was being gripped really tightly. Sial hurriedly injected some strength in his hand. Salcedo simply gripped even tighter as if he didn't even find it challenging enough to care. Very nice to meet you. What's your name, by the way? Cuke. I said, what's your name, eh? Ehehe. Just before he cried out, Sial instinctively circulated his mana. The energy rapidly coursed through his internal circuit, flowed through his right arm, and arrived at his right hand. Oh. However, Salcedo was an earthling who had stayed in paradise for over a year and a half already. He quickly sensed the change and used his own mana. His initial plan was to break this new kid's spirit, but he also believed that he'd never lose to a complete newbie who didn't know anything. That was how it was supposed to be. But then... Wow, what? Salcedo gasped out in shock. Not only his own energy was being rapidly extinguished, but Sial's aura was growing bigger and bigger at a frightening rate. I'm losing in both the amount and the flow speed. Logically, such a thing was completely impossible. In the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed. Salcedo began sweating buckets as the pressure on his hand grew more and more. Eek. He couldn't even say anything out aloud since he had his reputation to worry about. Meanwhile, Sial simply stared at the deeply frowning Salcedo with an expressionless face. It was then the others sensed that something was off. It was unimaginable for a level 3 Earthling to lose to a youth who was still only at level 1, but seeing Salcedo's complexion turn for the worse, they suspected something did go wrong somewhere. Two of the goons accompanying Salcedo secretly exchanged signals and nodded their heads. One of them tried to sneak up on Sial, only for his steps to come to a halt after someone grabbed his shoulder. "Hello there, friends." It was none other than Hao Win. "Who the fuck are you?" "I'm a friend of that friend, let's put it like that." "Is that right? Why don't you remove your hand first unless you don't want to live anymore?" "Oh, so scary, but I can't do that." Hearing Hao Win's playful tone, the man's eyes narrowed to a slit. "You an invited?" "Correct answer." "Whatever. You should know when to quit if you know what's good for you. You'll regret it when you find out who we are." "Maybe, but I don't know who you small fries are." "But then—" Hao Win grinned and let off a thin wisp of air, just as he placed his head near the man's ear. There was a loud noise of a table being pushed aside. Salcedo couldn't hold back anymore and shoved the table upwards, using that momentary confusion to break free from Sial's grasp. "You son of a bitch!" Salcedo succeeded in pulling his hand back, and he shouted out loudly. However, slam. Sial got to witness the following: the legs of the unsteady table planting back down to the ground, Salcedo's face slamming into the table's surface, and a high heel forcing the hapless cartel man's head into the wooden surface from the back of his head. "You finished your breakfast yet?" The voice sounded familiar. Sial confirmed her long legs as well as the gray H-line businesswoman's skirt and raised his head immediately, and he saw Kim Hanner retracting her leg and placing her hands on her waist. KQW, which motherfucker did that? Salcedo frowned deeply and lifted his head with much difficulty. "Oh, you haven't? Wanna eat some more?" Unfortunately for him, Kim Hanner reached out faster than a streak of lightning and slammed his face down on the plate of food one more time. Clang. The impact was great enough for the plate to shatter. The banquet area soon fell into utter silence as the new entrant to the banquet made her presence known. The burly guy pressing down on Hyun Sangmin stood there blinking his eyes in shock. The mid-boss Salcedo was taken care of in one breath, and two of his older brothers were being held back by Hao Win as well. The burly man couldn't figure out what was going on, but he also that he shouldn't be standing there doing nothing. "You crazy bitch." So the burly man tried to hit Kim Hanna with his fist, but, whish, plonk, a spinning dagger flew from somewhere, and the burly man's fist exploded into a gory mess instead. "You-wah-ack?" Salcedo's entire body shuddered as he watched the burly man fall to the ground. He managed to move his face to the side and found the woman wearing the business suit pressing his head down to the table. He sucked in his breath after confirming who it was. Kim Hanna? Hi, Tilda. Been a while, no?" She finally released his head and grinned widely. She walked around the table and sat down next to Sial. She then rested her chin on her hand and leisurely stared at Salcedo. "You're still up to your old tricks, aren't you?" "What did you say?" "How brave of you. Just who's invited were you trying to steal away?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Salcedo managed to raise his upper torso up, but he was still shuddering noticeably. "I was only—" "Ah, so you're trying to imply that you've been wronged here unfairly, is that it?" Kim Hanna snorted briefly and cut short this conversation. "My bad." "Okay, so, it's all sorted now, so go on. Get lost." Kim Hanna dismissively waved her hand about. Salcedo just stood there and gnashed his teeth while glaring daggers at her. But what was going on here? Salcedo, who was so full of himself only a minute ago, didn't dare to utter a word of defiance in front of her. "I'll be going then." "Good idea. But we'll see each other soon enough. I'm thinking we'll have a chance to meet again pretty soon." Salcedo pushed himself up unsteadily to his feet. Unfortunately for him, Kim Hannah didn't plan to let him off that easily. "Stop, what did you just say to me?" Her cold, sharp voice entered his ears, but Salcedo ignored her and continued to walk away. Kim Hannah grinned and beckoned with her finger. "Shin Hansung?" "Yes, Noonan." "If that fucker doesn't stop in 3 steps, gift him with a new breathing hole by his temples, okay?" "Understood." A man with curling hair, Shin Hansung replied while spinning a dagger around before taking on an attacking posture. Salcedo's steps came to a halt then. "You goddamn fox, are you really going to do this? You said it yourself, didn't you? There's no reason to drag this out. Let's just end it here." "Why are you suddenly imitating a mute asshole now? Weren't you planning to go on a war with us?" Flinch. Salcedo shuddered after receiving her cold, hard stare and lowered his gaze. I made a mistake just now. I had no such intentions. I'm sorry." "You're sorry? Since when were you on the same social standing as me? Did you forget your brain somewhere or something?" I apologize." "Still forgetting something, aren't you?" "I apologize, ma'am. HNG tilde." Kim Hannah let out a soft snort and shrugged her shoulders. "Okay, fine, but you weren't planning to leave just like that, were you? That is. You should take responsibility before leaving. No, where are your manners? It's because of people like you that the cartel is saddled with such rotten reputation." Kim Hannah's pointed criticism caused Salcedo's brows to prick up in anger. Better lower your gaze or else. Of course, he ended up lowering his head again. "So, how should we go about fixing this mess?" Kim Hannah mumbled to herself before shifting her gaze over to the burly man rolling on the ground, clutching his bleeding stump of an arm. She even pretended to be seriously deliberating on something. "Okay, you can leave, but not with him. You understand why, don't you? You did interfere first while mouthing some crap about neutral zone, this and that. I'm just going to reciprocate that." "Boo, but..." "If you've got a complaint, lodge it to Sinyoung directly, okay?" As soon as she mentioned Sinyoung, Salcedo's expression looked as if he just saw the scariest demon in his imagination. Sinyoung? But of course, I'm here because of Sinyoung's directive, after all. Since we're here now, I might as well fix your uncouth manners, too. I understand in that case. Hayu Hyungnim? The burly man's tear and snot-stained face became frozen in shock. Salcedo did his best to avoid meeting that painful gaze. "Fine, all sorted, so you can leave now." Hyungnim. The burly man called out in desperation, but Salcedo hurriedly left the banquet area along with his goons. It was as if he was making a bid for his freedom with his life on the line. And then, Kim Hannah's next target was O'Minyoung. When the attention landed on her all of a sudden, O'Minyoung began retreating several steps. "Is anyone among you in a contract with her? If you're here, then I want to talk to you." When Kim Hannah asked while sweeping her gaze around the crowd, a smart-looking man hurriedly ran up to her side. "You're the one." "Why, yes, ma'am. That woman named O'Minyoung, I'd like you to leave her to me. I'm sure you have some ideas as to why." "Why, yes, ma'am. I got a call this morning." The smart-looking man nodded his head repeatedly. "Is that so?" "Well, we wouldn't really do something like this, but my company president is very unhappy at the moment, you see?" "I completely understand. She's his daughter, after all." "Very good. I'll explain to her about the cancellation of her contract so you can leave now. As it was promised to you, you will receive a suitable compensation soon." "Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much." The smart-looking man bowed his waist 90 degrees before disappearing like the wind from the area. Tilde. Kim Hannah let off a soft sigh, then locked her arm with Sial's. "Sorry." "Am I a bit late?" Looking at her wink like that, Sial forgot all about closing his slack jaw. Sinyoung Pharmaceuticals. Kim Hannah, the department head. Those 2 facts were the only things Sial knew about her until now. But, after witnessing her sort out the situation in the proverbial blink of an eye, Sial got to figure out just a little bit more about the position Kim Hannah occupied in Lost Paradise. Chapter 40. Glorious Shackles, Perilous Freedom. Salcedo's group left as if they were running away, and the man O'Minyoung was contracted to also disappeared from the view without raising a fuss. They certainly did not wish to get on Sinyoung's bad side, but whatever the case may be, The end result was that the burly guy and Oh Min-young had been abandoned by their supposed backers. It didn't matter whether one was an invited or a contracted. Now that they had lost their backers, it was easy to imagine what would happen to them. Clench your teeth real tight, got it? Thwack. Blood spurted out from the burly guy's nose. Now that the situation was reversed, Ainz Sangmin was like a fish swimming in water. He begged Kim Hannah for a chance to get even, and as soon as hearing the words "don't kill them" came out from her mouth, he proceeded to punch the burly guy in the face. The burly guy was already too numb to notice the punch, and he collapsed to the ground like a piece of falling paper. "Hey, you fucking son of a bitch, how do you feel now, huh?" As if that one punch wasn't enough to satisfy him, Ainz Sangmin straddled on top of the burly guy and began pounding on him. "You never imagined this is how it'll end, right? You fucking piece of shit." The fists containing all of his emotions crushed the burly guy's nose before completely turning the bone into soft mush. The punches continued to hit the mark. Soon, the burly guy went limp while the whites of his eyes showed. Ainz Sangmin breathed out heavily while wiping his nose. He wasn't done yet, though. With a pair of still-burning eyes, he looked around and, "Where do you think you're going?" "Ah!" He ran like a wild beast and snatched the hair of Oh Min-young, who had almost managed to inch her way out of danger zone. "Weren't you stepping on my hand real hard just now?" "Ah!" Slap. With that clear slapping noise, her head spun around hard enough as if it wanted to fly away from her neck. "You clench your teeth, too." Ainz Sangmin forcibly made her face the right direction before headbutting her hard. "You up." Her eyes wide open now. Oh Min-young covered her mouth with both of her hands and fell hard to the ground. Her pained screams couldn't escape from her broken mouth. She rolled around on the ground before bursting out in tears. And as Ainz Sangmin began kicking her like a soccer ball, Seol was inwardly wondering what he should do here. How should he describe this? Those two were indeed in the wrong. But Seol thought that Ainz Sangmin was going just a bit overboard. Even then, asking Ainz Sangmin to stop was a problem in itself, too. I can endure unfairness, but I can definitely not stand losing out. He said those things when they first met. One could technically argue that the reason why Ainz Sangmin ended up in the present situation was all because Seol asked him for a favor. So trying to stop him now would be more or less like betraying him. "Sangmin, stop. That's enough." It was then a middle-aged man came out from the crowd and hurriedly approached Ainz Sangmin to grab his arm. "Aish, who the hell? Oh, it's you, Audiobook." Ainz Sangmin angrily shook his arm loose and shouted at the man. "Why did you show up so late?" "I'm sorry, really. There was something I had to do. Do you even know what happened to me just now?" "I know. I understand, so let's stop for today, okay? She's a property of Sin-young now, so if you damage her too much, we have to reimburse them." Seol didn't like the term property, but thankfully, Ainz Sangmin did stop his beatings after that. The middle-aged man quietly pushing Ainz Sangmin away was his inviter. No need to feel sorry for her. Kim Hannah's voice remained icy cold. "There should be more than a few people wanting to beat her up, you see." "Really?" "Yep, that incident of Ainz Seora getting beaten up, that woman incited the cartel boys to do it." "You didn't know? I thought you already figured it all out. She was the one telling them her arm was damaged. She was the one leading them on, telling those idiots to attack Ainz Seora, baiting the poor kid with the promise of some free points. That was all that BTCH's handiwork." "Seriously?" Seol dumbfoundedly stared at Oh Min-young, currently pouring out her tears on the ground. What little sympathy he had for her flew away in an instant. That wasn't all, though. Didn't she kill the other girl in the tutorial to steal away her coins? One hit at the back of the head with a mop. Pop! The youth with the curly hair suddenly butted in. The way he kept on smiling, he gave off an impression of being a pleasant fellow, almost to the point where Seol found it scarcely believable that he destroyed the burly guy's hand with nothing but a dagger. This youth saw Seol looking at him and began raising a big fuss. "Ah, hello there. My name is Shin Hansung. Why don't you carry those two back to our carriage, MMK?" Just as Shin Hansung tried to weasel his way into the conversation, Kim Hannah suddenly assumed her characteristic prim and stiff expression. "Chi, always making me do things you find annoying. Oh, so should I do it? Fine. I'm going. Shin Hansung complained as her sharp glare landed on him. That's why you haven't found a husband yet. What did you just say? But, before Kim Hana could rage on, Shin Hansung quickly made his escape while dragging away the unconscious burly guy and the bitterly resisting Oh Min-young. Kim Hana began gnashing her teeth as she glared at the curly-haired youth, now already nothing more than a small speck in her view. That bastard. She must have sensed Sial's stare because she then suddenly calmed her heaving breaths and changed her expression. Have you eaten breakfast yet? Should we talk after you had something to eat first? Sial slowly shook his head. He lost his appetite after experiencing quite a few unexpected events right after leaving the zone. As if she was expecting this sort of response, Kim Hana proceeded to sweep away the mess of plates off the table. It was here that she finally spotted Yun Seora standing there awkwardly near them and smiled quite brightly at her. Miss Yun Seora, I'm sorry, but we gotta have a bit of private chat between Sial and I. Shin Hansung should return pretty soon, so why don't you grab an empty table and wait for him? Although the bushes were beat, it was pretty clear what was being implied here. Yun Seora was no dummy either. She didn't seem too satisfied, but after glancing at Sial for a moment or two, she quietly turned around to leave. Kim Hana waited and watched on as Yun Seora gradually walked further away, before latching herself tightly to Sial's side. And the youth got to feel the softness of her curves as she pressed against his elbow, just before the flustered youth could pull his arm away. Listen carefully, okay? While we talk, I'll show you 2 sets of contract papers. Kim Hana's voice became much lower in tone. 2 sets. That's right, 2. And when I place my hand on top of a document and start talking, you gotta be skeptical of everything I say, okay? What are you talking about? I don't have the time to explain it to you. I was supposed to take care of Yun Seora's contract too, but I got a sudden order to let Shin Hansung take care of that instead. I'll try to obstruct him, but what with his slick tongue and all, he'll definitely butt in, so be mindful of that. In the middle of her speech, Kim Hana signaled to Sial with her eyes. He didn't think much about it and took a simple glance around him before his expression became weird. Now that some amount of time had passed by, all of the survivors, as well as those who had invited them or signed a contract with them, were here. And even though most of them were in the middle of negotiating with other survivors, some were sneaking glances at him, and a few were openly staring at him from afar. And they are the ones wishing for our negotiation to fail. Kim Hana narrowed her eyes rather prettily and whispered to Sial with a grave voice. You should know of your worth. Noonim, I'm back, Tilda. It was right then a joyful voice entered their ears. He's back already. Accompanied by Yun Seora, the curly-haired youth was walking closer to them while carrying an affable smile. And why are you sitting near us? Shin Hansung was about to occupy a seat on the opposite side to them before an awkward smile crept on his face. Well, I just want to see the skills of the famed senior of mine. You should stop the unfunny comedy routine and take care of your own contract signing, okay? Why are you trying to weasel your way into our conversation here? Owa, come on now, there's plenty of space here, so please share Tilda. I told you to scram. You better listen while I'm still being civil. Owa, don't be like that. In the end, both him and Miss Seora will sign with Sin-young anyways. And how do you know that? Hearing her icy tone of voice, Shin Hansung displayed a bit of surprised expression. It's not like that. Don't you ever think that I don't know what's going on here? I've already figured out why the higher-ups sent you here with me. However, I believe I've already explained my position enough times by now. Well, that is. Of course, I'll do my utmost best today. But the final decision rests with him, understand? Don't forget he's not a contracted, but an invited. Got that? I got it. Fine, I'll go away. He gave up more easily than I thought. He was supposed to cling on incessantly, yet the depressed-looking Shin Hansung turned around to leave. However, Sial soon realized that he was underestimating this curly-haired youth. He dragged another table over and placed it close enough to touch Sial's. Kim Hana glared at Shin Hansung in a show of disbelief. Sial thought that, after witnessing the curly-haired youth sit down on his spot with a carefree attitude, This guy had to have a substantially thick skin. There was one more thing Sial failed to figure out, though. And that was Yun Seora choosing a seat very close to him, rather than opposite to Shin Hansung's. "I've kept you waiting, young lady. I'm sure you're curious about why I'm here instead of the director, yes?" With an attitude that seemed to imply he didn't mind whether the other party was listening in on or not, he began the contract negotiation. Well, the director was embarrassed pretty badly. I'm sure you can guess the reason why. Yun Seora lowered her head a little. "In any case, I'm also here to convey the message from the president." Those words caused her to raise her head. Her eyes gained renewed light. "Directly from him?" "Yes. It's not that long, though. Well, it's a no-frills, no-fat, refreshingly direct message, actually. You know what our president is like, right?" Yun Seora nodded her head to indicate that he should go on. Shin Hansung cleared his throat with a fake cough and spoke up. "First of all, I congratulate you on entering paradise. To be honest, I did not wish for you to step foot into this world, but now that things had turned out this way, I shall respect your choices. However, your actions during the tutorial and the neutral zone proved to be rather disappointing. Most likely, if you hadn't received that young man's aid, you wouldn't even have cleared the neutral zone. Your older sister is most embarrassed by you." Yun Seora's body flinched just a little then. "I won't say anything long. If you wish to remain in this world, then show me that you're prepared." Shin Hansung spoke up to hear and placed a dagger on the table. "When you get to the carriage, you'll find those two from earlier tied up and waiting. That burly guy and the woman, remember them?" "Yes, kill them in front of the president and Lady Yun Seohui with your own hands." Sial couldn't help but question his own hearing just then. She needed to do what now? The president added that you shouldn't even dream about coming to Sinyang if you're unable to do even that. He said he would even use force to make you go back to Earth. Sial thought that Yun Seora would at least take a second or two to make her decision. Unfortunately, she didn't. "I don't care about the man, but is there a reason for me to kill that woman as well?" "Of course. If you want reasons, there are plenty. That much I can tell you without holding back." "I'll do it." She didn't even hesitate as she picked up the dagger. "In that case, it's all good." Shin Hansung smiled and pulled the contract out. "This here is a temporary contract. As soon as you perform the task assigned to you just now, this contract will come into effect." Yun Seora took her time to peruse the contents of the contract before promptly signing on the dotted line. "Then, right away, I should." "Ah, wait a minute, please." Shin Hansung raised both hands while looking a bit troubled by her willingness. "It's just that. There's the condition of you performing the deed in front of the president, so. Although I can vouch for you, I'm sure you prefer to be certain, no?" Yun Seora agreed with his notion. Looking relieved now, Shin Hansung said his job was completed. Then, while resting his chin on both of his hands, he began gazing at the table next to his. "Ehu." Kim Hannah spat out a lengthy groan before producing 2 bundles of contracts as well as a pen. "First of all, good job." She then studied Sial for a bit. "Also, thank you for keeping the promise of negotiating with me first." "Well, it's nothing." She noticed that Sial was kind of getting embarrassed by her words, so without further ado, she placed the 2 contracts side by side on the table. If the contents of the contract on left seemed neatly summarized, then the one on the right side had small texts, utterly filling up the page space top to bottom. When he took a quick glance at both, he couldn't help but feel a bit odd. Especially the contract on the right. The more he read, the more his head tilted at the oddly restrictive clauses. If he were to be more specific, then this contract was chock-full with wordings that could be interpreted either way. Just as he discovered the words Kim Hannah on the left document and Sinyang on the right, he could hear her continuing on. "You already understand why the survivors leaving the neutral zone must sign a contract right away, right?" Indeed, he could more or less figure out why without hearing an explanation. No matter how well one might pass the tutorial or the neutral zone, when facing the gigantic stage called the Lost Paradise, one would be no different to a lost child wandering the edges of a river. In other words, this was the time where one needed both support and protection. Of course, even now, a clear difference between the contracted and the invited existed. If the former was one-sidedly do as told, then the latter was more like via mutual agreement. If an invited didn't like the terms offered, then he or she could simply get up and leave the negotiating table. Well then, should I start with Sinyoung's offers first? Kim Hannah started with her sales pitch. The moment you sign this contract with Sinyoung, the organization will immediately pay you 500 million won as a signing fee, not in installments, but in one go. 500 million won. Seol couldn't hide his shock at the amount. As someone who grew up in your typical lower-middle-class household, he'd never imagined having that much money. It's too early for you to be this surprised, you know. Kim Hannah crossed her arms in front of her chest and continued on with a business-like tone of voice. Sinyoung will support you in 3 key areas. First, financially. The moment you sign the contract, you'll become an employee of Sinyoung, whether it's here in paradise or back on Earth. And every 2 weeks, 5 million won will be deposited to your bank account. In other words, you'll have a monthly salary of 10 million won. You will also receive performance and merit-based bonuses along with regular year-end bonuses based on the going rate set by the HR. You will also receive mission-clear payouts as well as payment for any danger you bear during your missions in paradise. These should easily exceed your monthly salary. Of course, that's provisional to you passing the on-the-job probation period first. Kim Hannah rattled off the offered terms quite quickly. Secondly, they promise to provide you with an entire set of matching equipment for free every time you level up. It's the same even when you go on a team exploration or on a military expedition. And they also promise you that, if types of equipment that suits your needs drop during a mission, then they are willing to let you have the first refusal. Seol slowly swallowed his saliva. The more he heard the offers, the less suspicious he was becoming. Or at least that's how he felt. And it seems like you enjoy training. Training? What do you mean? He wasn't expecting to hear that. Right. Sinyoung possesses a training facility that won't lose to anyone in this world. If you want, Sinyoung's top earthling will personally train you. And I assure you that person's skills are a cut above Agnes's. He tried to listen while remaining skeptical, but it was getting harder and harder to do so. Let me assure you once more, these terms being offered, it's unprecedented in the entire history of Sinyoung. Even that legendary Sung Shihyun didn't enjoy this kind of treatment. Just as she said, these terms were ridiculously good. Honestly, Seol was deeply tempted. As long as he signed on the dotted line, he'd be able to walk on a firm, solid path, whether that be on Earth or here in the paradise. And then, as you can see, the contract's duration is for 4 years. It was at this point that Kim Hannah placed her hand on the Sinyoung's contract papers. When I place my hand on top of a document and start talking, you gotta be skeptical of everything I say, okay? Seol was in the midst of a heavy dilemma, but his thought process came to an abrupt halt as soon as that happened. From here onwards, this would be the real thing. You might feel that this is more like a slave contract, but it's definitely not. It takes an average of around 4 to 5 years for a talented earthling to rise up to higher levels. If you consider that fact, you can probably tell Sinyoung rates you very highly. In other words, Sinyoung is willing to throw everything and the kitchen sink to ensure that you'll rise up to the higher levels in less than 4 years. So, this was indeed a slave contract. They would initially accept him while pretending to value him greatly, then observe his growth for the next 4 years before deciding on what to do with him. And the terms of this contract aren't static. As long as your level rises higher, we can always change the terms contained within for the better. Conversely, it could also get worse. Also, about that thing regarding them wanting to support you. Well, let me be honest with you here. You can think of this as an advance payment. At a bare minimum, you gotta reciprocate as much as you've received in paradise. This is human nature, after all. Sinyoung is a business entity, don't forget. A huge organization, a corporation no less, is investing so much into your future. So wouldn't it be only right for you to reward them accordingly? Am I wrong? Well, you don't have to worry about it. Remember, Sinyoung isn't a place where you'd end up having nothing to do but sucking on thumbs anyways. Most likely you'll end up completely overworked for the next 1-2 years. What if he failed to reciprocate as much as he received? And finally, Xinjiang is indisputably the most powerful organization in Lost Paradise. I'm sure you felt it after seeing what happened. Cinzia's Sicilia, Salcedo's cartel. They are nothing more than a bunch of stray cats in front of a real tiger. Xinjiang has swept everyone away once already, so even other famed organizations have no choice but to lower their heads and listen to what Xinjiang has to say. In other words, Xinjiang can become the most secure shield for you in your time of need. And because of that, they would certainly have a lot of enemies as well. Kaya, oh my, Hannah Noonan, your sales pitch is really great. Shin Hansung let out a squeal of admiration. His expression indicated how pleased he was. Meanwhile, Kim Hannah gently lifted her hand away from the document, so Seol shifted his gaze over to the other contract. Oh, and as for this contract, well, I don't have anything too particular to say. Seol decided to ask her instead. Now that I think about it, why are there 2 contracts for me? Haven't I tell you already, that golden stamp wasn't Xinjiang's property? Kim Hannah's eyes went extra round as she feigned ignorance. That gold mark, I got that directly from a temple. From a temple? Yeah. From the temple of Gyula. What? This time, it was Seol's eyes that went much wider at the mention of a name he wasn't expecting to hear. Gyula. She's one of the 7 gods supporting humanity in paradise. Wait a minute. Does that mean I'll be signing directly with a god with you as a middleman? Technically, yeah, something like that. Kim Hannah looked troubled as she lightly tapped on the table with her finger. Actually, even I'm not sure. About what? It's true that I did receive the stamp. But what I heard back then was that there will come a time when I will have to use the stamp, so I should hold onto it carefully. It so coincidentally ended up being used on you. If you want clarification on this matter, I think it might be better for you to directly ask Gyula. Kim Hannah shrugged her shoulders. In any case, that's not the most important matter right now. So you've browsed through this contract already. Right. At first glance, Seol could tell that this one didn't even contain half of what Xinjiang was offering. You'll see that what little support mentioned in there comes from under my name, but if you compare it to Xinjiang's, you should realize that it's not nearly as much. She was right about that. However, one couldn't say that the offered terms were all bad. It didn't try to restrict him, for instance, nor demanded anything from him in return, either. And he didn't have to belong to any organization as well. Although Kim Hannah's name was included in the contract, it was only up to the point of her providing personal protection whenever she could. The biggest, and perhaps the only advantage this contract had over the other one was that it promised Seol complete freedom. It can't be helped, right? The support implied on this contract is no more than Xinjiang acknowledging all your accomplishments, past, present, and in the future. They will also try to keep an amicable relationship with you for the foreseeable future. That's all. So, if you want more than that, then sign over here. Kim Hannah presented Xinjiang's contract papers. Well now, Noonan is making sure of everything, no. I'll personally make a glowing report back to the director. Keep your pie hole shut. Can't you see I'm in the middle of something? Yes, ma'am. I shall keep my hole shut. Disregarding Shin Hansung's noisy chatter, Seol deliberated on his choices. The terms offered by Xinjiang were, no matter how much he dissected it, incredibly tempting. There were several traps hidden in the clauses, but after hearing Kim Hannah's brief persuasion, it seemed like that everyone else was doing something similar in paradise anyways. So what if he had to go under someone's umbrella? They wouldn't dispose of him just like that. Surely not. If he showed how diligent he is, wouldn't they at least acknowledge his efforts? And since he didn't enter the paradise with some lofty ambition driving him, only this insatiable curiosity instead, he couldn't help but think that way. However, something just didn't feel right. For some reason, his heart was saying no again. A giant presence, one he couldn't sense too clearly right now, was trying to reach out to him from the depths of the hidden darkness. That's how he felt. Besides, Kim Hannah wouldn't have said those words earlier either. Should he choose the path of glorious shackles or that of perilous freedom? Seol remained confused and uncertain in front of this crossroads, both directions filled with boundless possibilities. So out of habit, he activated 9 eyes. Damn. And for the first time since the negotiation began, he ended up in dismay. He couldn't help it, though. Yellow, orange, red, black. If any one of these colors showed up, he was planning to not even consider the contract. That was what his ability was for, no. Unfortunately, both contracts didn't shine in the 4 hues of danger. One shined gold. The other didn't have any color whatsoever. This was a first for him. So, what will you do, standing on the fork of crossing paths? Sial realized that he was now facing one of the most important decisions in his life.